Hello, hello, hello. Yes, I am not ranty, but welcome to the Ranty Flat Earth Show, or just Ranties. I'm Brandon Toy, and many of you know me, but um, it's always like having a substitute teacher or your parents' friends pick you up from school. A little awkward. So, I'm not trying to be your dad, but I will be here for the night. Hopefully, entertain you. Uh, get some good discussions or arguments going and see where things go. So thanks for checking in. Um, why don't I do a little introduction of myself to start off with, just so you get an idea of who I am, where I'm coming from. It won't take long. It's not an hour-long thing. And then we'll talk about some real stuff. So let me just share this screen here. I'm kind of a newbie to this, so I apologize. But I am going to share my screen now. And we'll get this show on the road. All right. So, some of you out there are wondering, who is this clown? What did you do with Randy and why are you here? So, I'll just briefly talk about my background and how I got into, I guess, the truth movement and flat earth. I was a soldier in the United States Army. I enlisted 2003, which means I enlisted after everything went down, 9/11 stuff. So I was totally gung-ho. I was all about it, believed everything. I even had downloaded that track of Bush singing over Metallica, his speech overlaid on that Metallica song. So I was like ridiculously patriotic. That's me right there with the red arrow pointing at me. This was with my squad over in Iraq. I was there for all of 2005. That was some interesting times. But I came home, started working. I went to work for General Dynamics Land Systems, defense contractor, one of the biggest ones in the world. And I started to wake up, started to notice things. 9/11 was a big one. Just the fact that the media lies, that was actually eye-opening for me. I was a little naive when I was growing up, so I didn't realize the extent that we were being lied to. And slowly it kind of started to dawn on me, and I went into that truth or light kind of mode that RV always calls it. I read in the independent newspapers in quotes, thinking that I had the inside track. But that did lead me to want to leave the Defense Department. So my enlistment was up in about 2009, but I was still working for General Dynamics, and I hated it. I didn't want to work. I didn't want to be a part of that system anymore. So I did something crazy, and I publicly resigned. So I went into work, typed up the email, sent it off to everybody, including the CEO of the company and some newspapers. And it got picked up by a bunch of people, including this consortium news that you see here on the screen. And life got a little weird for 2 or 3 months. In fact, it landed me on the Alex Jones show. So, verified shill. I was on InfoWars with Alex Jones in I think it was 2013, which was a pretty interesting experience. You can see him there in that freeze frame. That's a younger, skinnier, better looking me. But my 15 minutes of fame were pretty short-lived. But I did continue to look into truth stuff, which led me to Flat Earth. I discovered a bunch of people, including Ranty and the Flat Earth debate guys. I just got deeper and deeper and more interested in it, like most of us who call ourselves Flat Earthers, or even Globers, because they can't seem to get enough of us. Oops, I thought I took that out. So high school girlfriends. I have a YouTube page. It's called Brandon Toy, pretty simple. And I kind of brand my videos Motown Flat Earth. So check it out. It'd be cool. There's some good videos on there, including one about Cavendish, which we're going to touch on in a little while. And I'll show you some interesting emails and stuff, or not emails, but messages that I've gotten that you might be interested in. And I've got, 7 or 8 videos on there. I just started making videos. So that's about enough of me. So what I'm going to do is play a little video. And like you guys, I've been stuck in my house for most of the last 4 or 5 months, working from home, getting out occasionally. I had some extra time on my hands. So, Ranty, if you could play the video, and I think the title is, let me find it here, Last YouTube Link Intro. I would appreciate it, since I'm challenged on Skype.
Damn, that's cringy.
One content creator left.
No shit. Holy cow. Huh. Oh, no. Nope. 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 Not that board. Hey, hon. Wondering if you wanted to do something? Kind of bored, out of my mind. Honey, remember what we talked about? I need at least an hour to recharge. Okay? I'm different than you. All right? So we got about 45 minutes left, and I was talking about playing cards. I'll just go ask the kids, okay? Love you. Hey, you guys busy? Want to do something? Yeah, I'm really bored. You guys want to play some games? Hey guys, I'd like to play some games with you. Come on, you can do this. They're your kids. No! No, fuck that. Oh, fuck it.
Well, hi everyone, and greetings from Northern Michigan. This is Bob the Science Guy.
All right, thanks, Randy. All right, so I see some people in chat saying, "What the hell is this?" It was just something to break up the monotony of me talking about myself and trying to get this thing going. So I hope you enjoyed it. There's a reason I named it Cringe Theater. But let me get on to the next thing here, and I'll share my screen. And hold on. Okay. I am not as good at Randy as this. This is much harder than I thought it is. All right. So Recently, I released a video called Breaking Cavendish's Balls, which was, of course, immediately filtered out by the YouTube algorithm, probably because the word balls is in the title. But I did get some interesting viewership from some people we all know. In particular, one, Blue Marble Science, who is heading off in a quest to redo the Cavendish experiment using the original materials. And I had a nice little back and forth with him I thought I might share with you guys. So this is his response to me on my video. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. It's 43 minutes long. So if you liked that last video, you'll love this one. But actually, it's not even a humor video. It's a real look at the Cavendish experiment. But anyway, so you can see Blue Marble Science comes back. Just kind of read what he says. It says, nice quality, Brandon, wrong message. We can argue this in detail, but I'll leave you with a few thoughts. Hard and impossible are not synonymous. Just because the test is difficult to perform doesn't mean it's impossible to perform. We make more sensitive measurements than that every day in many areas of physics and astrophysics. That's just a straw man, but I'm not sure you grasp the concept of horizontal pendulum and how it works and how measuring the, and of course I cut it off. So he starts with this line of kind of response that I don't understand how it's measured. I don't understand the physics involved. Mind you, this is a 43-minute video that goes through all the physics involved and discusses this very point in it about it being difficult. So I responded, thanked him for his feedback, and told him that indeed I had mentioned this in the video. In fact, let me share that real quick and I'll show you. So I don't know if he just didn't watch it or what, but I actually repeated myself more than I should have in the video mentioning this. So let me go to the, oh man. All right, hold on a minute. I got it. I got this. I made 6 points in the video. I'm just going to go through these points real quick just to show you basically what the video was about and what my contentions about Cavendish were. So first of all, he didn't experimentally establish that mass attracts mass, which is one of the things that Blue said to me in a later thing, a later message. Okay, there we go. Newton's law of gravitation was assumed. Cavendish took all of Newton's work at face value and assumed that gravitation behaved in the way that Newton did with his law of gravitation. But he also didn't isolate the force because of that. 3, mass attracting mass is not an observed phenomenon. I go through this in the video. Where do we see something attracting to something else? You have to assume that things falling to the ground is gravitation in order to apply that to lateral movement or attraction as they measured in Cavendish. The experiment's design is notoriously sensitive. So this is the piece of the whole thing, the whole 43 minutes that he zoomed in on was when I said that it's sensitive. I didn't say it's impossible. I didn't say throw it out. I even conceded that, let's say that he did measure some kind of movement or some kind of force. Let's just forget the fact that it's totally sensitive, that the force that we're measuring is 1/3 of a grain of sand, equivalent in weight. Let's take it at face value, and then went on to discuss these other points that I'm showing you here. The magnitude of the force is minuscule compared to the magnitudes it is applied to, meaning Cavendish and those that came after him took that 1/3 of a grain of sand of force and applied it to everything. It's kind of ridiculous, and I'll show you how ridiculous that is in a minute. Cavendish did not experimentally support the inverse square law. He also assumed that from Newton. So the law of gravitation includes the inverse square law. So I'm just pointing out that that came along for the ride as well. So let me show you one slide that I mentioned, which was a comparison of the sun and the earth ratios. Let's say you shrank down the sun and the earth, and you wanted to see how the law of gravitation was between them. And you compared it to Cavendish, the distance between them and the size of the masses. You got a ridiculous gulf between the sun and the earth ratios and the Cavendish ratios. The larger mass in Cavendish was 20 times the shrunk down sun. The distance between the sun and the earth is 102 times more. And the small mass is 31,000 times what a mini earth would be on that scale. So this is what I was talking about, is you take these results of these masses that are really close together, don't move that much, they move like a half an inch, and you apply it to everything we see up in the sky. You say that's what's causing everything to fall to the earth, apples, whatever, without experimentally testing it. So that was kind of the thrust of my entire presentation in that video was, this is ridiculous. They took this test, this measurement of force, not a test, a measurement of force. He assumed that what he was measuring was the law of gravitation, when the force was only a trillion times weaker than the electromagnetic force responsible for affixing a souvenir magnet to a refrigerator. And that is what they based the density of the Earth on, was that ridiculous experiment. I wouldn't even really call it an experiment. It's more of a measurement. Anyway, so back to Blue. So Blue and I kind of went back and forth here a couple times. And then his second volley was that I didn't understand oscillation is purely a function of the returning force of the torsion wire, meaning it couldn't have been air or temperature or anything else that was impacting the experiment to see the movement, the force that he measured, because you would have seen that from the starting point. You wouldn't have seen this offset. So Cavendish basically measured an offset towards the large mass. And I said, yeah, I do understand this, and repeated my position about having other points. So then he comes back and says, I understand what you're saying, but you're misinterpreting what Cavendish did and what was going on. First of all, the premise that experiment was not to prove mass attracts mass, which I covered multiple times in the video. So I'm just going through this so you get an idea of the quality of the responses that I got in response to this 43-minute video. Now, I much appreciate Blue Marble Science coming along and watching my video. 43 minutes is a long time to sit through anybody's video, and I would say especially me, to be honest, because I've watched it 100 times and I'm bored the fuck out of it. But anyway, my point is that these guys are a little disingenuous. And I will kind of drive that home here in a conversation from Discord on Ranty's channel, which I thought was pretty interesting. So we got Blue Marble Science and Professor Phil having a conversation, what I assume they thought was a private conversation, even though we're all in the same Discord. Said, here's where I'm at. If you think the Earth is flat, there's an element of bullshit about you, and it doesn't matter how honest that belief might be. It all smells like bullshit. I'm very happy to help people understand things. I'm completely done arguing with anybody about my explanations. I don't make this stuff up, and I won't be insulted by those who do. I feel better now. Lots of laughs. Phil says, good old nice Uncle Philly who just comes around to teach us stuff and set us right on our ways, spends his precious time away from building satellites to come and teach us poor misguided souls all about the heliocentric model. Phil says back, no doubt clerks bullshit themselves, but it's in desperation to maintain their narrative and stay in the cult. I actually feel sorry for them. I despise the obvious charlatans like Oakland and Queen Daddy of Vermin, QE, or Flurman, QE, which they've got a total obsession with Oakley and QE. By the way, there'd be nothing wrong with arguing about your explanation or mine if their argument had substance based on actual science and not just nuh-uh and ad hominem. Same old shit. Anybody that's been in this community for long enough has heard this shit 100 times. It's like 50 Glober cliches packed into one paragraph. And here's what really got my interest. Blue Marble. They have no genuine arguments. That's the problem. The Earth is a sphere, gravity exists, and space is real. Those things aren't up for debate. They're simple, natural facts. All of the people on the flat Earth side really need to burn their copies of the QE manifesto. There you go again with the QE obsession. And purchase a basic physics test and math text. Nobody learns science by reading a dictionary, and more, that's all I hear are dictionary definitions. If you have to look it up in a dictionary, you aren't qualified to talk about it because you clearly don't understand it. I'm happier than ever right now building Cavendish. I'm doing something real and useful instead of being insulted by halfwits, yet he's spending all his time with us, making videos about us, hanging out in the chats, watching my video, responding to us. It's weird, huh? And it has the flirts all in a tizzy. Now, here's the part that I love. They're doing 45-minute videos on why hard to do actually means impossible to achieve. Oh, not only has he responded to my video and boiled it down into, a ridiculous base that doesn't reflect anything in the video, but now he's going around and telling other people that that's what I said. So he's already got it in his mind that all my video was about was impossible, hard to do, impossible to achieve. He can't get his mind off of that one track, that would be the only criticism of Cavendish that we could have. And the only one he seems to have noticed in all 43 minutes of that video are 6 of those things that I read off. That's the only one. Dr. John D is going to do a live stream of his version of Cavendish that leaves out the torsion balance part of the device. It's hilariously wrong, and all of this is suddenly happening because they see what I'm doing and it frightens them. This guy actually thinks that him recreating this, 240-year-old experiment, this bullshit experiment that this guy did in his shed to measure this little movement that's a trillion times weaker than a magnet is some kind of threat to us. First of all, Cavendish has been redone in different ways, so many frickin' different ways, with all manner of shit. I mean, they've just, every way they can do it, they try to do it. And somehow him recreating the old one is going to threaten us? I don't understand this. So I don't think Blue understands the criticisms against Cavendish, or he doesn't agree with them, but he seems to be stuck on this one criticism. Where did I leave off? It's hilariously wrong, and all of this is suddenly, like the man said, they want the truth. They can't handle the truth. So now he's quoting, what's his name, from A Few Good Men. I wonder if that's how Blue sees himself in his head. All right, we'll talk about that more later. Maybe someone will come in to set us straight about Cavendish and tell me why it's not impossible, it's just hard to do, and how Blue's Cavendish experiment is going to revolutionize the world and destroy flat Earth or some shit like that. But let's take a break. I did want to share a couple of my favorite scenes. I think you're going to like this. I think you're probably going to enjoy it more than my last video. And I think you'll recognize some of the lines from these movies, and I'll just give it a chance. You'll really enjoy it. Randy, if you could start that other video, I would appreciate it. It is called used a
landet das Militärmandat in nur behindert. Es hat mir jeden nur ersichtlichen Widerstand in den Weg gelegt. Ich hätte gut daran getan, wie jeder Fackelstrahler zu lassen, wie Stalin.
So, I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, this anymore! I want you to get up right now.
All right. That's the end of it. Hope you guys like that. Love you, Ranty. That was fucking hilarious yesterday, man. Thanks for putting that video out. That was fucking hilarious. I listened to that thing for 5 or 10 times and laughed harder each time. It still fucking cracks me up. Anyway, let me get back to the presentation. I'm almost done with these slides and we can get on to having a discussion. If anybody wants to join the show, I can add them. So in a minute, I'll bring YouTube up and see if anybody wants to join, or if you have me on Skype, you can message me and I think I can add you to the call. But anyway, so that was some of my favorite scenes. Another thing I wanted to talk about, and I'm really hoping that we can have continue the conversation from a couple days ago that's been going on about an actual physical measurement of the Earth's surface, of the curvature or lack thereof. Because as good as the optical work is, and it's fantastic. I mean, some of you guys out there doing optical work, Ranty, Plain Truth, Travis, and Heath Carmody in particular. There's probably more. What's that guy's name from Australia? I'm going to remember it right after I stop talking. But just some excellent, excellent observations. And over the years that I've been in Flat Earth, have changed how I perceive horizons completely. I mean, we know so much more about what happens at the horizon and the different things that are possible on the horizon we did 5 years ago. We know more than we did 2 years ago, 1 year ago. So that, you know, people can talk about, oh, out of focus pictures and you can't quantify the ether band and all that shit all day long. These people are actually going out there and doing the hard work to capture the observations and showing us stuff that we maybe didn't think was possible, or, you know, we've never seen before. Capturing stuff like Rakia Life just the other day caught something called the Ghost Boat. If you go to Rakia Life's channel, you can find that video not too long ago. And it's basically a boat going into what Travis would call the ether band. And you watch it disappear, parts of it, you see the water splash up. And what it really tells you is that boat is not below the horizon. It looks like it is. It looks like you're seeing sky. But that boat has certainly not gone over any curvature. It's still above the surface of the Earth. It's still above your line of sight. You just can't see it because of whatever's going on at the horizon. So anyway, I'm hoping we can continue talking to them. Some of you may remember a presentation I gave about a year ago, and I promise I am not going to make you sit through that presentation again, about my hooks and loops idea. And there's a lot of other people who have good ideas too, that are very motivated to actually get this done right now. Like Ranty and Brian and a bunch of guys have been talking about it and are actually making plans, which is really good to see. And to be honest, I really want to do something too. Like, I don't care. Before, when I gave that presentation, I was like, this is too time consuming. This is going to cost too much money. I am not willing to commit myself to even say that I'm going to go out and do this. But the further we get into this, the more time that passes, the more fucking inane arguments about Cavendish we have or whatever, the more we just need to go out and measure the goddamn curvature physically. And I'll tell you the first thing that a baller is going to say about that, which is one of the first things they always say, we already have. And I'll tell you all about theodolites and all these optical ways that they have to measure curvature. But just based on the stuff that we've seen, all those observations, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying the fact that they have, light locked in, that they know how light behaves over those long distances. I want to see physical proof if there is frickin' curvature to this Earth, which I am pretty damn certain there's not. So that's what I'm talking about here. And hopefully we can have a discussion, have some people come on, maybe brainstorm some ways to do this, talk about what would be a good idea, what wouldn't be a good idea. That'd be nice. I've been having a lot of discussions with Jeremy. Some of you may know him from Gem's Discord. And he kind of echoes here what I'm thinking, and I think a lot of people are feeling the same way. Basically, that a physical measurement is needed. It's up to us flat earthers to make it happen, because the globers feel like they have already proven the globe, that they already can measure curvature. They're not going to go out and do it for us. Someone's got to step up to the plate and actually do this. Definitions, citations, references, or math is not going to end it. It will go on forever unless something is done. And I think he hit it right on the head. A straight, flat wall. Then he's got some ideas about a straight, flat wall with water under it. Water, I won't read the whole thing, but he's basically saying you set up a straight, flat wall and draw some fucking lines on it next to some still water to see what the deviation is on each end. The further you go 2 or 3 miles, the more the line should drop, or the more the ground should drop away from the line, the water level. How far do you need to go to get over the error? What material do you use? What location do you do it? Who's going to do it? How much is it going to cost? How do you make sure that the first line is level? How do you draw a straight freaking line? Do you know that there's a 60-page PDF out there that was written in like 1898 or something like that about how to draw a straight line? So even that's not as simple as it should be. But I mean, we have many modern ways to do that these days. This shouldn't be that difficult. In fact, I can't believe that somebody hasn't already done it. That there isn't a YouTube video with someone who has done this, whether it's, they call it force the line or whatever they call it, that nobody has drawn a straight line in space that you can measure against the curvature. So, anyway, so that's what that's about. And I just kind of gave it a name with this thing, Quest for Earth Curvature, just to have something to look at. But, we need something. We need to pull together and actually get that done. All right. Well, that was a lot of talking. And let me see who's around who would like to be added to the call. So I'm going to go to YouTube here and check everybody out. All right. Not everybody's left. That's good. If anybody would like to join and discuss either Cavendish or Quest for Curvature of the Earth, that would be awesome. I particularly want to talk about those two. And I see that George here says that he's measured the Earth's curvature. Just come and visit, and I will repeat the test with you. Yeah, George, I know, but it's an optical measurement that you did. You used, what was it, a theodolite or a auto level or something. I can't remember which one you used, but you used that kind of equipment. We're talking about an actual physical line in space that we can measure the Earth against. Oh, I don't see anybody popping up to say that they'd like to join, so I'm going to just
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey!
Hey! How's it going? I thought I'd give you a couple of minutes of my time. I think Paige is thinking of popping on in a few minutes. So if anybody joins, I'll add them to the call. So just give me a call if they're a friend of mine on Skype and they want to join the call. Dead easy. I'll get a notification here so I can just quickly flick them into this call. So dead easy, right? And so we know that we've got some people coming in. What about yourself?
Yeah, it looks like Gleam's saying he's going to come in too, Randy.
Oh, awesome. Does he want me to add him? Or, yeah, he says, give me 5 minutes. All right, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Gleam, we got Paige coming in. I'm sure there'll be a few other people that want to join as well. I'm sat at the PC, so this is for everybody else's benefit. So I can just flop people in. Here we go. We've got somebody's trying to call on the Ranty Life panelists. That's no good because let me call that off. Let me add you in this way. Let me add it this way. There you go. And then I'll step back out again. And I'll let you guys carry on. Just didn't want you to have too much dead air. There we go. Right, okay. Here we go. Oh no, she's unavailable. She'll be joining in a minute. I promise she will be joining. Right, I'm going back on mute, Brandon. Are you all right there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm good. Thanks, Ranty.
Okay, so like I say, I'll just keep an eye out. When I see somebody wants to join the call, I'll just flick them into this. Happy days. Oh, and hello everybody in the chat. And yeah, that was quite a good little, quite a little good video that you did there. Somebody said, I think it was Flat Earth Data in the chat said, I'm going to use that as a ringtone. How cool would that be?
My favorite scenes there, Ranty. You like that?
He used a fucking solar filter.
Dude, I got to ask you, man. Was that natural, or were you like doing some kind of character or something?
No, that was.
When I heard it last night, I thought he's doing some kind of character from a movie. I don't know.
No, man, that was me at the end of my tether. I mean, I think what had happened is I'd breathed out, so I didn't have any oxygen left. Ready to, so it's not like I took a breath of air. So I had no air left. But Rumpus turned around and he said something so stupid. I think he said something like, what you need to do is you need to put a solar filter on the end. And when I heard him say that, I'd breathed out. I had no air, but I just had to explode at that moment. So it came out really weird. It came out really loud to start with and tailed off into this.
But that's an instant classic, man. That was so fucking funny.
Man, I was rage. I was like, I can't believe I've just spent half an hour telling these guys showing them the video with the solar filter. It's solar filter, solar filter, solar filter, solar filter. And then he says, well, what you need to do? You need to use a solar filter. I was like, oh, he's taking the piss now. And I was raging.
It sounded like you put like all of your effort into getting those last few words out, because I did listen to it like 5 or 10 times.
And I had no air left.
You know that like you had to get air right then.
I did. I literally had no air left. I was like, I was getting the last that filter part out was on the last gasp of air that I had in my lungs.
Oh, funny, man. Yeah, I'll put that little video I made out on my channel if anybody wants to grab it. So if you want it later, go subscribe to me and you can pick it up.
Let me see if I can bring Paige back in. Let's see if she's around. Here we go. Let's add her to the call.
All right. Yeah, I saw her called. She called, I think.
Yeah, here we go. She'll probably pick up this time because she tries calling me in the live panelist show rather than calling me direct on Skype. But we'll see.
All right.
I'll bring Gleam in as well, seeing as he should be around.
Okay. I appreciate it, Randy.
There we go.
I see George is still out there talking, saying that not entirely. I physically measured the drops from a tangent where targets were installed to the surface. You need to study the test before commenting.
Well, if George wants to join, give me a call. Don't call the Ranty Live panelists. Call me direct on Skype, and I'll just add you to the call. Right. I'll leave you to it. I'm going to go on mute, and that'll do me. Welcome, Paige. Welcome, Gleam.
Salute.
Yeah. G'day.
And
thanks, Ranty. You're the man.
I'll try not to interrupt your show anymore. My apologies. So here I go, back on mute. Take care, guys.
All right. Probably a welcome interruption for sure. Thanks, Razi. What's going on?
G'day, Brandon. How you doing,
Hey, how you
mate?
doing? Good. How are you doing?
Yeah,
on
good,
that?
good. Yeah,
So,
bloody cold.
afternoon.
It's raining and horrible here this morning.
Oh, I always forget that it's winter down there when it's summer up here.
Yeah.
What's up, Gleam? How you doing, man?
Good, good, good. Can you hear me all right? I've just had to, I think Skype's just updated and it just took me through all the settings again. Does that sound all right? Sound good?
Sounds good.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about this Cavendish.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah.
I would love
Before
to.
we do that, let me
I
say
bet
that
you would,
I did
Gleam.
check out. I saw on your channel, Gleam, you released a trailer for your upcoming single.
Yeah, everyone go to that. It's Adjust Your Brightness, due out on the 31st of July. And it's with Gary Nestor Pine, who's a #1 selling artist from the Bob Sinclair track Love Generation. Seriously, it's 99p, people.
Nice.
Please support me. It's going to be. I've officially entered it into the charts, both UK and US. So,
Hey, Glenn,
that's awesome, man.
my middle boy just released a song too. You can make a song and release it on like
yeah,
SoundCloud or something.
yeah, SoundCloud.
So yeah, him and his mate did the same thing, made a song and released it.
Yeah, it's not that much nowadays to actually get it in all the stores. I'm going in Apple and Spotify and Amazon, Play Store, everywhere.
Oh, do they
See,
charge
that
you
gives
to
the
get
average
it on
guy
there?
a much
Yeah,
better chance to do something.
There's many different packages. There's one called DistroKid, which you can actually get it all in those stores for free, but they take like 60% of your earnings. But the one I'm with, I paid a few £100 up front, and then they only take 11% or something like that of every single track.
11 compared to 60.
Yeah.
Far out.
Yeah, that's it. And it only cost me a tenner per single to put out.
Awesome.
So good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It sounded pretty cool. So that's on your YouTube channel, Gleam, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right. And Paige, what do you got going on these days? I see you on Discord jabbing and jostling with, I think, George and Phil and whoever the hell else is there.
All of them. They all give me a hard time, don't they? I think it's because I'm the only girl. They all jump on me.
Yeah, you're their favorite for sure.
Oh God, I'm just trying to give a softer pillow to lie on at the moment. They seem to be getting, just torn apart by, Nathan and everywhere else they go. So I'm trying really hard not to bring my feelings into this and just listen to them and try and understand where they're coming from. Why they're so happy with this kind of evidence.
Oh yeah, that's harder said than done. That's it.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah, for some reason this subject gets people really pissed off. That's
really
one of the
emotional.
things that, absolutely. From the first time you hear it, you have emotional reaction to it for sure.
See, that's what makes me think that there is something more sort of spiritual going on with this. People are literally under a spell. It's like when I first came across Flat Earth and I saw the words on the computer screen and I just sort of went, Flat Earth? What? There are people who think, you're kidding me. Like, oh my God, I have to find out why they think this. And so I went and had a look, and it was probably a couple of hours of looking at long distance photos, emergency flights, and an explanation on the Coriolis effect. And that was it. I was sold. And I've spent the last 4 years trying to find a globe proof that doesn't have some kind of assumption or some kind of, squirrely little thing in it. I just want just give me an easy proof that's 100% no, oh fuck, I can't even say that word. It's too early in the morning.
Ambiguity.
That's the one, yeah. Nothing like that in it. Just something that's plain and simple and easy. And they're not. They're all convoluted. They're all weird. And I don't understand why. It shouldn't be that hard.
That was one of my big tip-offs at first, too, Paige, was how convoluted and how everything's based on assumption. Another one was the behavior of the people who defend the globe.
Yeah, their behaviour gets me. It's
Yeah,
like
I spent a lot
the
of
thing
time
you just read
before-
out. That's
Yeah, go ahead.
perfect example. Blue saying, that they all think that we want to be in this cult, and it's like I would give anything for this not to be true. I didn't go looking for flat Earth. I didn't, go, oh my God, I hate living on a globe. I'm going to see if there's any other thing going on. Like, it just happened across my path. And when I looked at it, I saw the sense in it. That's just plain and simple. I can't help that. If they can't see it, I don't know what else to do. I don't know how to help them. But try a different tactic for a while, be a little bit nicer, and see if we can get somewhere, because we definitely need to take steps forward. We're just going round and round in circles.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I'm starting to push, this physical measurement of curvature.
Physical measurement, yeah.
To take out as many assumptions out of it as possible, because when you use the theodolite, when you use all that shit that the geodesists use, when you use a camera, when you use lasers, when you use satellites, when you use whatever there is out there, there's a whole mess of assumptions that are built into that. When you make a physical fucking line in space, what assumptions do you have? Your assumption is a straight line is a straight line, right?
And whatever use to measure it, the centimeter or the meter or whatever, that's it.
You just got to make sure the line's straight. And then the other one is, how much should it rise up off the ground, or how much should the ground drop away as you get further from the center of that line? And it's easy, it's visual, it'll be very obvious depending on how far you go out there.
What gets me is that... Oh, sorry. Go, Chris. You're right.
I made a short little video on this, on how, like, prove the Earth is a ball to a blind man, right? Like, he can't look through the theodolite. He has to feel the Earth, right? So you can put a guy on his hands and knees and be like, crawl for 10 miles. And he would crawl, and then he'd be like, an hour later, he'd be like, okay, what shape do you think you're on? He'd be like, a flat surface. That's easy. And like, there you go.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good point right there, that video that you made in that. Because what is there like that?
That's a physical measurement. That's what you're talking about. You can put on your hands. Yeah. Oh, for the ball, they have nothing, because it's all they're curved and visual. We know that.
They'll just say our sensors aren't good enough. That's why we have all these, things of technology, because our sensors aren't good enough. It's like Bev's water level test. That is brilliant, but I can see what's going to happen already. All those levels are going to come up exactly the same, and then the ballers are going to turn around and say level is curved. Each one is at the same height because it's going around the curve.
I got such a great... what we need to do, everybody's like, oh, where do we go? It just came to us. Why are we arguing flat Earth? We don't really need to, because the majority, actually all of their stuff, we can use geocentric and still keep, right? All we got to do is stop the Earth moving, which is much easier to do. And right now they're like, yeah, but we know the eclipses. We're like, yeah, we can do the eclipses too. Geocentric. Yeah, easy. Bam. It's going to be here. But they'll prove it's not.
Why even take the globe head seriously anymore? They're not taking it seriously. It's a joke to them.
Oh, yeah, they're
What do you mean by that, Clary? Why do you say it's a joke to them?
Because what are they doing now? They're going back to this old Miles Davis crap about stuff in the foreground. Shouldn't be taller than stuff in the distance. It's just the same old crap over and over. They're going to keep.
Yeah, that was weird. They started pushing that, and maybe a couple weeks ago, for a couple months, they were pushing Soundly. They're still pushing Soundly a little bit. These same old freaking pictures of this bridge. Why do you have to push the same old pictures of this bridge over and over again? You think it's so good?
There should be thousands of pictures with obvious curve. Like if the Earth is a ball, then it should be visually, obviously observable that it's a ball. And it's just not. There's all these excuses of why it looks just so flat.
And not only that, you should be able to measure the curve. Somebody somewhere at some point should have measured some curvature, but they haven't. Every topographical map is flat.
It's flat, yeah. I saw a demonstration of how they create Google Earth, and they make it with these tiny little flat tiles. So,
Yeah, shape
3D, yeah, 3D little tile area. Like some of the states in America were like 4 tiles big put together. But each tile, if you go, get further and further into it, each tile is completely flat.
Yeah,
And they
measured,
put each tile.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the measured shape of the earth right there. You can call it land, you can call it dirt, you can call it mud, you can call it sand, but it is the earth that you are standing on. The surface of the earth has been measured and documented and surveyed, and we know exactly what shape it is. If you look at topographical maps and you look at rivers and how they flow from high elevation to low elevation, there should be no question about curvature.
Yeah. Rivers, water. It's so how they can't, how the hoops they have to jump through to get themselves to think that there's bendy water and all this kind of stuff just defies my logic, and I'm the one being told I'm crazy. And
well, it's like arrested development, like when you have arrested
yes,
development.
very well said.
Good point. But
To
your point, it's always some convoluted thing with a bunch of assumptions baked in, like Cavendish. And Gleam, you said you had some stuff to say about Cavendish, so
100%.
Talk about that.
Yeah, I will say it's probably one of the most difficult ones to replicate, in as much as get the same readings as he's got, because his was, let's say, really inaccurate for back in them days, obviously. But there are so many external influences, you're not going to get rid of them. I see what John Dee's done, Dr. John Dee, sorry. I see what he's done, and looks good. Everything looks good, but I don't think a lot of people understand the environmental issues. If I could go through a few things, I could probably send you these. I have actually noted them down one time for, I think it was Miles Davis who was looking to do this originally, about 2 years ago. And he was the one that done it with the polystyrene. He put polystyrene all around it. I don't know whether you were on the scene then, Brandon.
I think I missed that one. I didn't come across that one when I was looking through them. There's lots of Cavendish videos out there.
Yeah, I think he give up though. Miles give up because of that. I found a science document one time, and it actually went through every single thing you need to account for in laboratory environments for specifically the Cavendish experiment. And I think that was the leading factor that made him realize, oh crap, this is an actual big job. And I agree with it. After reading it myself, it was just like, wow, there is so much consideration that you do need. For example, let's go through a few. Light. Now, I'm not talking heat or temperature. I'm talking light. Certain aspects of light can move stuff. I don't know whether anyone's seen Ken Wheeler or Theoria Apotheritus, who does a demonstration on using different spectrums of light to move a weather vane, a little tiny weather vane, which is kind of like a frictionless
Ken Wheeler
thing.
is awesome.
Yeah, but he shines a red light.
I've learned so much from him.
Yeah, he shines I think it's a red light at it. It doesn't move. He shines a green light at it. It doesn't move. He shines a purple light at it. It does move. It starts to spin around just with light shining on it. So you've got to understand that if you've got it in the open air for a start, which Cavendish didn't, but if you've got it in the open air, you're going to suffer from the sun having some influence. And I'm not saying this is going to actually move a big, massive ball, but I'm going to say there is some influence that you have to account for. So moving on to that, from the sun is temperature. Now, although that you can keep a mean temperature in a barn, in a shed, in a cupboard, in wherever, you've also got to account for the surrounding area, because there'll be pressure drops and things like that with the weather normally coming over. You'll get pressure drops, and if it's in a sealed unit like what Dr. John Dee's got, you would assume that nothing would happen. But you've got to understand that the whole room that you're in there is then pressurized. So there must be some sort of influence happening. It's just how much of an influence that is happening. Other things is things like wind. Obviously, Dr. John Dee tried to minimize that completely. You've got magnetism and Earth's electrostatic field. Both of those will travel through any object, anything. Even if you've got a Faraday cage, you will get an element of leakage from varying magnetic fields, and all of this can have an effect on movement, and not necessarily full-on movement, as in push it and swing it around, but more in the direction of which way it moves. And that leads me on to one of my final points, which is the right-hand rule. Everything suffers from the right-hand rule. People will blame this on gravity, but when you chuck an object off a building, it tends to follow the right-hand rule around the building, so it wouldn't directly fall directly straight towards you. The standard interpretation of that is that because there's mass in the building and you're away from the building, it's going to try and come towards the building as it's dropping and curve around to the right-hand side. Now, me personally, I think that that's a huge tell of the right-hand rule playing an effect of the magnetic field, or whatever field, a field created by the building. I don't believe it's a gravity, whatever they say. But you got to understand, finals, I'll shut up after this. The limits is, put it this way, Cavendish never actually confirmed G. Everyone uses it as, oh, this is confirmation of G. Everyone knows that it was called Weighing the World, and it wasn't actually to confirm G. It was actually 75 years after Cavendish died was when G was brought in. And then now finally skip to today, and the whole of mainstream science has abandoned the Cavendish experiment in favor of a quantum interferometer method, because it was drifting apart worldwide. The whole figures that everybody records in their laboratories every year was drifting apart and getting more and more inaccurate. So either way, me personally, I've got a real shy away and my face screws up anytime I hear the Cavendish experiment, because I don't think it proves anything, and I don't think that you can get rid of all the influences. I think it's more of a pathetic thing that globe earthers use it as evidence for something.
Yeah, I feel much the same way. And one thing I've got on screen here is just so people can get an idea of how little we're talking about and why it's so sensitive. And I'm not even saying that we can't take measurements this sensitive or small. I'm just saying the magnitude that we base everything on is, based on this really tiny sensitive reading. And look at this. This was B.M. Furball. I don't know if you guys have heard about him, but he did probably one of the best ones. He had it in a sealed room, inside a sealed box. I think he taped the door shut. He filmed it. He made sure the temperature was consistent. I mean, he tried to account for everything that they could think of, him and a bunch of Globers. And what he ended up measuring was, with a laser, point a laser at the torsion balance, a mirror, and it bounces off, and you measure it over here, and you can calculate the rotation of the, what is it called? The wire, right? It was 0.110. So a full circle is 360 degrees. We're talking about a tenth of a degree of twist. So just move just a little bit. So anything that you introduce into that environment, even building shaking, like someone jumping upstairs if you're doing it downstairs, or whatever, the wind
an ant
blowing against the
inside
building
that
can screw it
box
up.
farting
Yeah.
would have moved it, right?
Oh yeah. Well, that's why I was joking around.
Do we know
with,
how much? We know how much a pound of lift matter has, right? What can gravity? What can a pound of gravity? You know what I mean? Because that's what he's saying with this. So let's just put it. What is 10 pounds? What's the pound force pull on 10 pounds? I mean, one, that sounds so fucking stupid when you put it that way. How much weight can weight pull? I don't fucking know. But, well, okay. So he got this trillionth of a degree, right? So what does that equate to for 10 pounds or 100 pounds? Anybody know?
Yeah, you can. It gives you a constant, so then you can, calculate out between two bodies with the law of gravitation how much force there should be between them. And I calculated that all out in my video for like a bowling ball size sun, and a pebble-sized Earth, how much I should have, measured if I were actually to do the Cavendish to try to measure gravitation between those two things. First of all, they're 77 feet apart, not right next to each other. And it would have been 1/7 billionth of the force that Cavendish measured. So it's like ridiculous.
Come on, you can't. Come on. That's like hearing a baby fart across the other side of the world.
Yeah.
I will say though, there is a massive
Brandon.
There's a misconception here though that 1/50th of millionth, 50 millionth, is actually nothing to do with us and the objects. Even though it is M1 times M2, that is the Earth. So it's a 50 millionth of the weight of the Earth, or should I say the mass of the Earth.
No.
Its effect.
Gleam, no. It says right in his paper, this is straight from his paper, it's 1/50 millionth of the weight of the small ball, which was 1.61 pounds or 0.73 kilograms.
Yeah, the effect he's measuring is the Earth. That's what he was doing. He was getting a local density of the Earth. And that depended on what moved towards what.
No, I think you're mistaken, Gleam. He was measuring the attraction between the two balls. And he was equating that to the attraction of the Earth. So he took this, the large ball made the small ball move this 1/50 millionth of the small ball. The ball falls to the Earth, so fast with so much force. That means the Earth weighs this much and is this dense.
Yeah, no, I get that. It was the misconception I've heard. I think Riley's come across in saying it's a 50 millionth of just a human, and that's what I was more coming from. Not specifically exactly what you've just said is exactly right. What I was more coming from is people see it as it's just the object has a 50 millionth. It's not. It's in comparison to the Earth, to the larger object, which is exactly that. That's what he's saying there. Between us and the Earth, there is this 50 millionth attraction between the two. It's not just a human has a 50 millionth of gravity. That is the comparison of the two. Yeah. And that is where the constant comes in. Correct me if I'm wrong there, George. You could probably explain it a little bit better.
Yeah, you've pretty much got it right. Gleam, is this 50 million thing is has nothing to do with the force of attraction between two masses. The reason why you use a horizontal torsion balance is because the Earth's gravitational field is perpendicular to the torsion balance, so it doesn't affect the forces of attraction between two masses. That just totally cancels itself out. And is what you're trying to do. Though the forces are extremely small, of course, on any sort of practical size masses that you're going to use. Like even if you had, like on the ends of your torsion balance, say a 10 kilogram mass on each end, and you brought in, say, a mass of 100 kilograms, to start getting the torsion balance to oscillate, you're still talking forces that you're trying to detect on the order of hundreds of nanonewtons, 10 to the minus, like what's shown on there, 1.74, 10 to the minus 7th newtons. That's an extremely small force. And the only way you have a hope of measuring those sorts of things is what Cavendish did, is by measuring the spring constant of the torsion balance wire, and then starting to get it to oscillate, and through an indirect measurement, knowing how the oscillation frequency changes with the spring constant and the force applied, can you then back calculate to get what the actual force is of attraction between the masses. It's an extremely difficult measurement.
Did you hear that word? One of the things he said that I want to focus on is indirect measurement. Okay.
Yeah.
Think about that. Think about indirect measurement. Okay. So a measurement must be direct because you have to see it. He's saying, no, we can make measurements that we don't see. Amazing.
Well, here's the thing.
Yes, we can.
I don't know
That's
what
we
what
mean
that
by
was all
indirect.
about, George, but
almost.
hold on,
Just a
George.
minute.
Hold on.
Just a
Hold
minute.
on.
I just
Hold
want
on.
to say
Hold on,
something.
George.
Most
Hold on, George.
measurements, a
Hold
good
on, George.
deal
You
of
just talked for
measurements
2
that we
paragraphs.
make
Hold on.
in engineering
George.
and science are not direct measurements because we don't have direct access to some of the parameters that we're trying to measure. For example, if you want to measure
Maybe he
the
forgot the
diameter of
host
the Earth, you can't take a steel scale, go through the center of the Earth, and measure from surface to surface.
Yeah, we hear you. He
Yeah.
just won't stop
But
talking.
what you have to do is do it using indirect means. For example, I was trying to point this out the other day.
Hold on.
You have a building
before you
in
get
the
into that,
distance.
before you get into that, hold on, George.
Yeah,
Before you
George
get
is
into
no
that,
longer on this call, guys.
Okay, good. Yeah, he's a fucking retard.
So
Yeah, that's
that
right.
was he was just diverting us into fucking la la land.
Yeah, bro. You say how long?
I'm a nice, sweet old man who's going to tell you the truth about everything. Here's how it really is.
Okay, let's
Did you hear him agree with me? Sorry,
It's
Chris,
exactly-
can I just remind you that he did actually say the other day that you would need to keep the weight in the same place and vary the spin of the Earth to have an actual absolute measurement. He said, so they do admit that they are indirectly measuring things as they don't have any, absolute proof.
Yeah, you can't indirectly measure something. You directly measure something and then apply that to something else. So he's directly measuring torsion bar twist and then applying it conceptually to mass attracting mass.
I've measured torsion bar twist.
Yeah, you can measure torsion bar twist. That
I've
is
done
not
it.
measuring. Yeah, that's not measuring mass attracting mass though. Those are two
Yeah,
different
Chris has done this. Tell us about your Cavendish experiment, Chris.
Oh yeah,
look.
we can all do one, but yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
Look, if you got a couple of hours out of your day to just fart around and debunk this yourself, I mean, there's no better way to debunk something than to do it yourself, right? I mean, that's how I've debunked a lot of things of globe Earth for myself, I'm saying, not necessarily for anybody else. But so yeah, I mean, I set it up, and look, so first of all, shout out to Brandon Toy. His video on this that he posted the other day was really good. Not just the high quality production, but the information is absolutely true. And the thing that you'll notice when you do it yourself is that, yeah, like, not to keep saying this, but like an ant's fart could literally make the torsion bar twist because it's so sensitive. I used a point, I don't know, hell, 0.12 whatever millimeter fishing wire, and that thing, I mean, you can I'm not kidding, you can walk by it and it will move. That's how sensitive it is. So,
So could it be the rotational ether that can cause this tiny little, like, how they did that interferometer thing, and they made all those excuses and said, no, it's not the ether, it's, length contraction or whatever the fuck they came up with.
Well,
that's the thing, Paige. You don't know what it is that moves it because they have never been able to identify.
They've never been able to actually identify it. Yeah.
Well, in this case,
we got rid of all that other stuff, so it has to be gravitation.
Here's what you can say. You can say that you do know some things that can cause torsion bar twist. Air, air currents, wind, and vibrations and those kind of things. So
physical contact. You're not going to get the torsion bar to move with a non-physical contact. And that's what I was going to ask George with. Is this force a physical one or a non-physical one? And then he's going to say it's a non-physical, and then how the hell does it move this damn torsion bar?
Well, Cavendish tapped it. If you read it, it says the torsion was made to vibrate, and he actually counted the amount of vibrations, oscillations that happened.
Yeah, so he would move the ball towards and away from the thing. But let me show you this for a minute, just to kind of clear up what we were talking about a minute ago about how they measured and how they made the measurement.
So George is whining. He got removed.
Fuck him, man.
Yeah, sorry, George. It's not Ranty's show today. It's Brandon's. That was the whole thing. Like,
yeah, And,
yeah, you shouldn't
and
listen to him
rejoin,
and
just
stop.
keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, just be decent, George. Come on.
So, anyway, so he measured this force, whatever caused it, between the small and the large mass, and he's moving this 158 kilogram large mass back and forth towards the torsion bar, where this 0.73 kilogram mass is, and he measures this force. So then he says, well, the small mass falls to the earth with this force. This is the second force. And I know how much the small mass weighs, so I can calculate between these two forces what the mass of the earth is, which is 158 kilograms times the force of the ball falling to earth divided by the force that he measured between the two balls. So that gave him the mass. This is just really rough. I'm walking through it. And then from the mass, he can calculate the density because he assumes the volume based on the radius measurements, right?
Yep, no, everything. Yep, that was exactly right. Yep.
So it's just jam-packed with assumptions when you get into it. It's really not worth spending that much time talking about it.
That's what George was trying to explain with indirect measurement. Indirect measurement is deductive assumptions. Basically, if you strip away everything that you know about, you end up with what's supposedly the thing that you're looking for. But to go on Paige's thing there, Paige just said a perfect thing there is that there is a force. There is a force in the background called the Casimir force, which can be taken one of two ways. One, it could be the electrons in the actual material itself that composites each ball. But two, there is an ether. It has been proven that there is an ether. And for anyone in the chat, I heard it earlier, someone said, no, ether was disproven. Incorrect. Absolutely incorrect.
Yeah, that is incorrect. Everything I've found out about it, it's been pretty proven to what I can find.
Well, brief history is obviously Einstein got rid of it. However, length contraction and time dilation are actually an ether theory. It was actually made by Lorentz to actually rescue the Earth and how the globe Earth model works from the null result from the MMX experiment.
Yes, that's the one. Yep.
Yep. So they moved over, and then Einstein just basically took that same ether maths and said, no, I don't need an ether inside that math. I'll just use that framework and put it in Minkowski spacetime, and voila, there was spacetime. Now, if you mathematically run Lorentz ether theory, which assumes that there are electrons and there is this ether, this substance, but undetectable, obviously, by the MMX. But if you assume the ether and then run a simultaneous experiment assuming relativity in space-time, they would both resolve to exactly the same numbers. They are the same thing. They are indistinguishable by experimental maths. So they are the same thing. So the ether does exist.
So it comes down to a belief, what you want to believe.
Is there
one you
something
decide.
in the medium or not? Now, later on in science, we've you've heard the standard. We've got these virtual particles popping in and out of existence, lending their energy to the actual. It's to do with the positron and antiparticles as well.
Yes, they're great little virtual particles.
Yeah, and the virtual photons going onto the Feynman diagrams and everything. But either way, there is a force called. You look up the Casimir effect. The Casimir effect is they've took two non-conductive plates, so chromatic plates, real tiny. It's right down at a small quantum level, but they put them very close to each other, and they've made a measurement to say that there is either an attraction or repulsion of the medium. Now they put it down to in the Casimir force, it is the medium. What it's doing is that object occupying the space itself is, if you imagine filling the whole of empty air as what we know it with full water. Yeah, if you put them two plates together, them just occupying a different space, one being bigger than the other, it would create an imbalance of the water in between. And then what would happen is the water would get pushed out as if it was either getting pushed out or the water would get pushed in. And then that creates the separation or the attraction between the two plates. So this is 100% proven science. You can fully look this up. 0 point energy, they call it. There's loads of names for it, but it's there. It does exist. There's something in the medium that makes things move. Now, there are theories that say that can resolve to gravity as well, but that's next level.
So
yeah, and all that, all that's good. And Gleeman, somewhere in there, the truth is. But I mean, we can all agree, bottom line, Cavendish didn't even do an experiment. He didn't isolate an independent variable. He didn't know what made those pendulums move together. And nobody...
Yeah,
right?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry. I think he's been put on a pedestal. Put it this way: if you look into Cavendish, who he was and what he done, and especially the apparatus. Now, everyone must know that the same apparatus was used by Coulomb to do Coulomb's law. Now, at the end of the day, John Mitchell was setting up that equipment purely for an electrical thing, and it was kind of like a secondary usage for this weighing the world. So I think that he's been put on a pedestal, or that particular experiment has been put on a pedestal because what else? You know what I mean? What else can you do? And it's exactly that, what George says. It's so difficult to replicate. It's such a complex thing that, I mean, people use it or don't use it anymore because it's so inaccurate, and there are more accurate measures. So I think it's pointless. And it's been put on a pedestal.
Did Cavendish even exist, Liam? I mean,
I do believe he did.
You do?
He did. Yes.
He has a very sort of reclusive and sort of strange tale attached to him, but well, that's okay. Yeah, I mean, the equation there between Coulomb's experiments as well and the apparatus used, that's very interesting, isn't it? If we don't take such a literal approach to all of this, which tends to get us lost anyway, maybe by making certain equations and following certain little clues laid down for us, we can come to the truth of matters. Is it true that all matter has a natural vibration to begin with? So once you get down to that sort of microscopic scale, as you were talking about there, is this what's manifesting?
100% yes.
Right.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, let me just say hi to Brandon, first of all. But I just want to say to Gleam, I absolutely agree with the ether. And I guess where we would have difficulties is in Earth itself. Is Earth an enclosed system and the ether applies just within? Or, well, if you have, well, you're still on the fence, you know what I mean? But it does make an absolute difference, to my thinking anyway, if you apply it on a more sort of universal basis as given. You know what I mean?
I think it does. I think it does. I agree with you on that 100%. Because in my eyes, something, I'm not saying this is more of a trigger thing in the back of my head, is this ether a full-on tell of something? You know what I mean? That's what I say. That's what I say. Is the ether them hiding it? They've made an exceptional job to hide it, and then
absolutely.
Also on the back end have gone, nah, we can't deny it. But then John Bell himself literally said we should be looking at this vacuum energy. I mean, from a globe earther's point of view, you should be looking at it for space propulsion and all this type of thing, and renewable energies and stuff like that. But it's kind of been neglected in science to look for this dark stuff. And I'm thinking that is such a good look over there at nothing.
You know what I think, Gleam? The ether, you know how it says in the Bible that God spoke the world into existence? Well, I think that he didn't just speak, his words continue to echo, and that's what the ether is. It's the thing that it's God's voice that makes everything, all the molecules vibrate and come into existence and actually be physical, be real.
The vibrating breath.
Yes. Yeah, the voice, his voice is so powerful it actually brings things into existence.
Is there a more material source page? We have no idea what's going on beyond the North Center. And I think you have a basic grasp on what I say. Anyway, we live in a broken system above here, and all of these ethereal effects are based on, well, I guess the mechanism being broken down. That's how I see it. But it's, of course, still a controversial topic, especially among flat earthers. And when we talk about ether and it's been brushed aside, well, on the other hand, then we have the likes of Tesla and the name itself and the man himself being promoted, now more than ever. So I think, in one sense, we're being presented all the theater got to do with the materialistic Einsteinian universe, whereas the truth is known in the background, and all sort of prime research continued on. And I think we're just being let in on it now. It's time to reveal the truth in some sense.
Great point.
Well, they are doing the initiation. This wearing masks, this whole thing is an initiation ritual. When they have an initiation ritual in like something like the Freemasons, even in a frat or a sorority house or something, the initiate is first separated from their normal life. All of their daily routine is disrupted. They're stripped of their individuality, so they're usually made to wear the same clothes or something like that, so that they're not an individual anymore. They're part of the group. And this is exactly what they're doing with this mask thing. They've changed our routine, separated us from our normal day-to-day, and they're stripping us of our individuality, making us all wear masks, all look the same. So it's just a huge, big initiation ritual. They're bringing in the new order. They're doing it. They're doing it right now.
Yeah, it's very, very possible, although I tend to believe that it's already been here. But we'll continue this in a minute. We had a couple people join, and I didn't properly introduce them to the audience. So I'm going to try to be a good host and do that. I'm going to go alphabetically. Chris Berry, what's up?
Hello.
Thanks for joining. You got anything going on you want to tell the audience about? Anything to plug or anything like that?
Just wanted to share a couple videos. I was waiting for the Cavendish chat to end, and it sounds like it has. So I just was trying to wait for that, but it won't take long. So what I did was I just did 2 simple videos, and they're real simple, and I probably could have done them better, but with the time I had and the conditions, I did a sunset test in my garage, right? So one thing I noticed that no one's really ever called out, at least that I've heard, is like, in all the sunset videos I've ever seen, the sun does appear to set in a straight line. I mean, I've seen videos that the sun sets and they draw a line over it, right? And it's like a perfectly flat, straight line. And I thought, well, that's weird, because if I'm on a ball and it's spinning, then there should be some circular motion to that sunset, right? That's at least what I would think would happen. I mean, that's just common sense. The only time it wouldn't is if you were in, like, on the equator, maybe, right, or in a direct line. But anything north or south of that, you should have some circular motion. So I tried to screen share earlier. I don't know if I did it right. Or tell me
a
if
bit
you
like
can see.
a Coriolis effect on the sun.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So can you see this video?
Yeah.
All right. So I'm not going to tell you. You're going to be able to tell because it's obvious. But I'm not going to tell you which is which. So I'll play this one, and then I'll play the next one, and you tell me which one. So the setup is a stationary sun with a spinning Earth, right? Or a stationary Earth with a moving sun, and you tell me which is which. So actually, this one I'm going to have to scroll through because I should have slowed it down. But so here's the first one. Oops, it's in the title. But okay, do you see that?
Well,
what do you think that one is?
Yep.
If you don't read my text.
That's the rotating Earth.
That's rotating Earth.
Yeah, rotating Earth.
Why would you say that?
Because the object behind the light is going with it.
Okay. It's curved. I heard it's curved. Okay, I'll take
the path is curved.
Okay, so let's look at the other video and see what that one looks. Which one you think that is?
Yeah, that's a moving sun on a stationary. Exactly what we see.
Right. So I just think this is really something we haven't hit hard enough. Whoops. Because if I go back to the round, I mean, again, I said it would be obvious, and it was. I'll play it full speed. Like, look what that would look like if we were on a spinning object, right? I mean, this to me is like, well, again, I just was thinking about it. I was like, well, even if you didn't do this test, if you just thought about it, the sun would have to present itself in a circular fashion, and then I put those little blue dots in there just to sort of, get that effect. So basically, if you look at my cursor, like you're going down in a slant because of that circular motion. I attached my camera to a bike tire and I spun the bike tire. So that's what happens. Whereas the other one would be in a basically perfectly straight line. Now this effect would actually, I believe, would be exaggerated if I were further away. So like in this example,
yeah, I'd say so.
I would be at like, south in the very, very southern US or maybe Mexico or something. That's what my latitude would be. Something like that if I had to guess, right? Just guessing. If I were at, say, Canada, the effect would be even more pronounced because you're taking that much more of an angle on it. But again, it doesn't matter where you are. The sunset is always in that straight line. So anyways, I thought that was
a great little test. Yeah.
It'd be interesting if you put that up against maybe some the videos of the sun moving overhead.
Well, I do have one. I didn't want to get a copyright, but because I just took this off YouTube, so I don't know if I can play it. But there is, anybody can go and look at the sunset time lapse and see what that looks like, and you can does it look like this with an arc, which would have to there has to be an arc on a round surface that spins. There just has to be. And I thought of that. I was like, why haven't I ever seen anybody talk about that? I'm sure I have been, and maybe I just missed it, right, or whatever. Because then on a flat surface, and again, I'll just play it for one more time. On a stationary flat surface with the sun moving, you get more of that effect. Now, of course,
look at the reflection too, straight along the ground all the way to your feet, like what we see on water, which is not what happens on a curved surface. You don't get a reflection all the way to your feet.
Right. Yeah. I have not done that test, but yeah. So this test is, again, really for me, I'm like, gosh, that's just, again, when you physically model, right, not computer graphics or whatever, but when you physically model some of this stuff, it just always, for me, flat Earth always wins. So.
Oh, it's interesting. Yeah, I think you should build it out some more with some images of the sun and stuff. Kind of follow this, because you're right. I haven't heard this discussed much. I know it's come up a couple times, but nothing in depth.
Well, Paige hit it on the head. I got the idea when I did my Coriolis test, because I noticed on one of my Coriolis tests, I put up an object on my fence and I spun my tire. I'm like, well, the object might as well be the stationary sun and my tire might as well be the Earth. And when I did that, I saw this curved trajectory of the object, aka the sun. And I was like, wait a minute, like we don't see that in reality ever. You never see the sun in a curved arc ever, no matter what latitude you are, whether it's the North Pole or the equator, it doesn't matter. And that's really when it hit me, because that absolutely is a product of Coriolis.
Yes.
Sun is moving to us because we're moving, right? Supposedly in the ball model. Well, that is Coriolis effect.
But if you say
they want to.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Paige, if you say we should never see the sun moving in an arc, well, we've all seen images from the midnight sun, right, up at the North Pole or close enough to it, where we know for certain that the sun circles around if the Earth doesn't move, right? So in some sense, we should see an arc.
That's a good point. I shouldn't, maybe I shouldn't have said that way, but you know what I'm saying? Like when you have a quote unquote sunset, that it goes behind the quote unquote horizon. In that case, I'll say it should still be arced like I just demonstrated. There's really no way around that, and it's not, and I don't know what the explanation is.
Well, all right. Let me just kind of divert for a second, and you guys all heard him talking. The notorious Pete Shea. What's up, Pete? How you doing tonight?
Hey, Brandon. How you doing, bud? I was just going to say there that, look, the ball is on mathematical probabilities alone. The ball is ruled out because every single area of inquiry is strewn with problems and odds after a while get exponential. So we're sort of well beyond that. I think the greater focus is like actually figuring out what the heck is going on, as opposed to let's say like last night. It just you had all of the usual crew. And let me just say, Brandon, if you're getting into what do you call it, conversation with Jeremy. Well, I mean, you have to know who you're dealing with. And this guy and the rest of his crew who were here last night are doing this exact same fucking rounds for 5 years, as long as I'm here anyway. Probably well before that as well. So that's what I just wanted to say. And thanks for welcoming, man. And good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. You know what? Just to clarify, the Jeremy I was talking about from Gem's server, it's a coincidence that his name is Jeremy. He's a flat earther that hangs out there all the time.
All right.
Good guy, pretty level-headed. Listens. He actually gets along pretty well with the ballers, but he's real motivated to do a physical test. Just to clear that up.
Well, okay.
And I don't think I gave Right the Hand a official welcome. So, what's up, man?
Yo, what up? Hang on, give me a minute. Sorry.
Okay. All right. So, open floor. Anybody wants to bring up a topic, go for it. The sun's an interesting one. Well, let me say this. The sun, for all, I can't see how that thing is not moving. And this goes back to our discussion about ignoring your senses and how to believe the ball, you have to really ignore your senses and deny, what's up in front of your face. But my position is I need some really extraordinary evidence for me to be convinced that I'm moving at my latitude at around 650 miles an hour, and that sun and the moon and the stars aren't moving above me. And I haven't been convinced of that. Gravity doesn't cut it for me. Angular velocity doesn't cut it for me. These experiments with a pendulum, a little ball, hanging on the end of a string going back and forth doesn't cut it for me. So I've got
the pendulum. Right? If the Earth was moving, the pendulum wouldn't need to be started off. The motion of the Earth would start the pendulum moving, but it doesn't. You have to start it swinging yourself. So that makes no sense.
Yeah,
like if you got your bike tire and you put a little stick with a string and a ball hanging off it and then spun the tire, it would cause that string and ball to move, like to swing. But the pendulum doesn't. You have to actually start it moving.
I think it's all to do with the necessity of the model. I think if you say, let's delete all our memories of any model and start taking observations now and start building two models, a flat Earth model and a globe Earth model. And in order for, let's say I'm doing the globe Earth model, in order for me to allow it to be possible that it's a globe, I would obviously have to have the globe a massive thing, so massive that you cannot feel these things. I would have to have this force that's holding us, or something that's holding us against this, so we're not falling off into space. And you see, it's the model is built, or what we're ending up with today as the model has been
it's backwards engineered.
Yeah, has been perfected over the years of saying, right, okay, we need to explain this. We need to explain why the sun is actually, I mean, back in the days, obviously, they thought it was only a couple of 100,000 miles away. So it was like, oh, no, wait there. The planets are not working out. We need to adjust it, push it back a bit. And you get to a point where everything's in a sweet spot. And regardless of whether it was a flat Earth or not, a globe Earth model now works and now can be tested, and you can pretend it's a globe Earth. And here we are today. I mean, I can't prove it either way, but that is how I see it. And then you could do the same with a flat Earth model and say, right, yeah, I've got a perfect working flat Earth model. I can describe reality from my small standpoint here on a massive large surface, and it works. I can describe it. I can show you it. So,
and that's a good point. And that's something the ballers bring up all the time is, why would we switch? It works for us. We can do calculations, blah, blah, blah. But they've been working on it for, going on 500 years. At least.
Well, none of their formulas deal with curves, though, right? Like all of their, even the curve calculator, you could just rename it the refraction calculator and get the exact same values and the exact same information. The only thing that they have is what they attribute all of this stuff to. right?
Their
Oh, half a building.
explanation of the things
Yeah.
we see is different. That's it. We all have the same observations. Like
the geocentric model was around, hundreds of years before the fucking movie
before.
one. They had everything. All they did was just make a different explanation.
See, exactly what we're all saying here now is relativity. That's how relativity was born. That's how Einstein thought of it.
Yes.
Bro,
Einstein
because
was like,
too, man. Oh, I was reading, bro. You ever read Aristotle Gleam?
yeah, I know about him. I wouldn't say I've read his works.
I just started reading it, and he basically, like, bro, it's like crazy how it's a cycle, right? So everything that we're talking about, like motion, relative motion, what is something that's physical, what is not, because they'll say light is a photon. He defines all of this. It's 3,000 pages. I'm like 12 in, and he just like talks about all this stuff. Then slowly along the line, right, Newton was introduced, right? Newton made up this stuff of, time. Time used to be motion. Like motion of an object, that's time. Then they turned it into this separate thing. They removed it from space. Like you needed the motion of object to track time in space back when Aristotle and Plato were talking about stuff. Now it's this conceptual medium invented by Einstein. So yeah, it's like a reworking of the thinking more than anything.
Yeah, I mean,
they changed all the definitions and turned us into deaf Phoenicians. That's They just change the definition of anything they need to. Level is curved. That's prime example.
Yeah, the hilarious thing I think from Aristotle, is just to note that Aristotle was a photon man, and Democritus was actually a wave guy. And Democritus,
Who?
Democritus.
I've never heard that name.
Yeah, well, seriously, look him up. He's known as the father of modern science, because he was the first guy. He's flat earther, and literally known as the laughing philosopher because he used to laugh at the globe Earth, thinking it was a preposterous idea. However, his actual core claim to fame is that he first theorized atoms as well as evolution from atoms.
Well, that brings up a good point, Gleam. If these guys were talking about that in ancient Greece, what was it, like 300 to 600 BC?
Yeah.
And there's the Earth's a globe and all that. Why did it take them until 1600 and fucking something to get their shit together and start putting a model together?
But the Dark Ages, with the dark matter and the dark energy, took over the darkness. And
it was a religion.
Yeah.
It was a brainwashing. It wasn't in it. If it was empirical, it would have happened overnight, right? Well, we took new measurements. Here are the measurements. People would be like, well, can't argue with that. But it was a slow, like, brainwashing of, that tree is moving, you're moving, the plane is going upside down, we're floating in the, it was just this one little thing at a time. Like, they didn't just come out and say we're floating in nothing, we're moving, right? First, it started with geocentrism, floating in nothing. Then they started moving. And this is also why they're deleting history right now, and that was in 1984. When you delete the history, you live in a constant present that you can change, right? Oh, the moon is in the atmosphere now, right? They're just changing it.
There's a book called The Chimes that is all about that. People who each day they wake up, there's this frequency that is blasted into everybody, and it makes you not remember. You wake up each morning not remembering the day before, and if you do remember, it's called blasphemy, and it's all about these and how the frequency ends up making you sick and killing you. It's like, very interesting book. That Russian defector, Yuri, whatever his name was, he talks about how slowly these things need to be done. You need a whole generation, 15, 20 years, a generation of schooling to then change, start to change people's belief system. Yeah, if you can control the information somebody gets, you can control their perception, their belief by controlling what they see. So they take over the media, take over the schooling, take over the, what books are allowed to be put in libraries and schools and shit like that. And after one generation, that's it. They've got you all brainwashed. It's just so slow that people don't realize it's happening.
Well, that's one possibility, Paige, is that they slowly, you got it into all of our heads through the generations. But sometimes I have a sneaky suspicion that something more sinister happened at one time.
Yeah,
like, I don't know if
I
it was
think
possibly
about
a
that too
reset.
sometimes.
Going back to your point. Yeah, back to your point. It's a perfect point where you were saying that. Put it this way: Eratosthenes done his experiment in his early 20s. He lived until he was 80, and there was no record of him. I mean, he invented the coordinate system. He's known as the father of geography, and there is no record of him actually doing a globe Earth map. The map that he invented the coordinate system on is a flat Earth. It looks like a sausage.
Well, Nick, you tie all this stuff to the Scaliger chronology and how, history was laid out for us. And it makes me think that sometime around, the 1600s, whenever Scaliger was up, he was a contemporary of Newton, actually, now that I think of it, that they invented this history out of whole cloth almost and somehow spread that everywhere. I don't know if it was slow or if they did it by the sword,
What about like a Great Reset?
By the sword.
Like a flood or...
That's exactly...
destroying everything.
That's Pete's. This is Pete's home turf, this, straight away, because that was exactly how they burnt down the Library of Alexandria and got rid of all evidence of Eratosthenes anyway. Everything we've got now is just imagined up and secondhand from other books.
Well, consider this.
They burned it down in an LA riot. It was a riot, basically, but just a different thing.
Yes, spellcraft. Consider this, right? Eratosthenes. So it's an anagram of seas, not earth. And when we get into this arena, we're presented by the bowlers with this character who, saw Earth for the first time, right, in its rotund form. Now, the law of sort of opposites is in play, I guess, and to me, it's a game of clues. So I agree with you there, Brandon. And more so, I say this Earth in this current form, right, this time around is 422 years old. And that date's given to us by the dodo bird, who never really existed. So through the creation, a greater story is presented to all of us. And there's not one of us who hasn't heard about the dodo bird. The word dodo is so ingrained into our consciousness from the very start. And I say it's all for a reason. Maybe we're at the end. I'll just say maybe we're at the end here now. And it's all about just coming to realization. Then we move on to the next thing and a reset happens and we go on our merry way. But I'm certainly thinking along those lines. Let me just say as well, you said nothing happened from, these early Greek times. Did the ancient Greece even exist? When you come to conspiratorial land, you must have heard about the possibility of the pyramids in Egypt were built in the last few hundred years. So what are we dealing with here?
Yeah, I just heard about that.
I'll fully back you on that, Pete. Yeah, I'll fully back you on that. And loads of people misunderstand you when you say the dodo.
I believe that.
Yeah, and I'm fully backing you on that.
Nice one, Lee.
Yeah, I do. I defend you in the chat, in the side chat, and say, nah, you all misunderstand him. He's not actually saying these people are bloody real. He's saying it's all been fabricated. There's a puppet show for you to believe.
A greater game of clues, I like to say. It's strewn with clues. And it's a story sort of spans centuries, you know what I mean? But again, it's down to the individual. Once we sort of question, look at the news stories we get these days, like as we're growing up and as we're alive now, and we know so many of them are just absolute fabrications. How far can we go back before we start to question the information, you know what I mean? And that's an individual's question. But Brandon did ask that. And I'd like to hear other people's point of view on that, even down to Christianity. Let me just say, a great video that sort of made a great impact was No Forest on Flat Earth. And that was promoted by all the main flat earthers. But the second video was also promoted. And the second video went into talking more about the pyramids being recent fabrication, but also the same thing about the Wailing Wall. So if all of the ancient Middle East or none of these times existed like given, and we live in a construct of some form, where does that leave us as individuals?
Yeah, where does that leave us as a collective too? What the hell are we doing?
I say in a great place. Anyway, actually, I'm now convinced now we're in a divided state, literally male torn from female. So we're here we're either coerced or, we're forced, or we do it for the purposes of experience or something to just, come to reunite or repair. But that's where I'm at. And it's a wondrous, you can't speak about this to anybody, right? But it's a wondrous. What reality really entails, right, is far more wondrous than anything could ever be dreamed up in the mind of men. Definitely, right?
That's it. It reminds me of last Thursdayism theory. Are you all aware of that?
Nope.
Where in science, I mean, I don't know whether this is a solid thing, but it's a put forward. Last Thursdayism is where you can say that all of everything that you're witnessing today was created last Thursday in a big bang. Okay, and it all come into existence. All your memories all happened in that one split second, and that's when life began. And there is no way that you can go back and prove that wrong. So it's a paradox, and it's obviously
that's why
it's
I
a
think
thought experiment.
That's why I think stimulation kind of makes the most logical sense, right? You know, how else could you explain an existence that can spontaneously, you know, come into existence without a yesterday, right? Like if it was physical and empirical, we would have definite proof of these things, but it's a life experience, right? There is no reality without our experience.
Well, let me just say that it's very interesting, right? So when you start to read the story, we're led back. This is why we're in this arena at the minute. Heliocentrism or geocentrism. Well, the heliocentrism was given to us by a particular man whose name was listed as Aristarchus of Samos. Now, I say the man didn't exist. So once again, we got to look into the creation to find our clues and move forward. And I say it's a game. That's what I found right over the years. It's sort of game of stepping stones, and none of the clues are very difficult. But you have to sort of settle on some sort of solid foundation before moving on to the next stone or the next clue. Mark Sargent had his clues. Simon Shack, who solved 9/11, and anyone who's not aware of Clues Forum and their research, I mean, well, where have you been, right? But yeah, he has his September clues. So it's all of these things. And let me just say, heliocentrism, right? It's the base for a material, so the comment to right the hand, it's the base for a material only existence, right? Which culminates ultimately in the Big Bang and everything coming from nothing. I think for the most part, when we come to flat Earth, I speak for myself anyway, I came away from that and came back to understanding that there is indeed a higher power, and me, myself, my fellow, well, we're all part of it, right? So I think that's the sort of the stepping stone we're encouraged to make anyway. And who's to say how it'll all end up? I think we should have, in spite of all the sort of dystopian overtones, I think there should be a little bit of hope here as well. And coming back to the individual. And first of all, who are we, right? Who are we really? And again, what can we do? So,
let me piggyback on that real quick with one thing that I heard somebody talk about. So they separated our the spiritual aspect to us, right? But look at how they did this. They replaced it. Okay, so our body and mind is actually one thing, right? The mind and the body is one thing. But you look at science, they treat them as two different things. Oh, the brain, you know, we don't know. You know, he could be a psychopath. He can't control himself, right? Like they're like uncontrollable spirits almost, right? So, but your mind, control your mind controls your body. And if they're going to sit here and say, well, some people can't control their minds, then, well, what's controlling their body? You know, they've just given away.
I think that's rubbish. You can change your behavior. All you need to do is think, okay, I don't want to behave like that. I'm going to behave like this. But they don't. They will say, oh, this is just my personality, or this is just the way I am. So, well, no, you don't have to be that way.
That's it.
It's your choice to be that way.
I think, Pete, what you said about their cosmology bringing us to an understanding that is wholly physical is pretty profound, because the cosmology that they give you, what they tell us about who we are and what we are, is we came from nothing. We're wholly physical. When we die, we become nothing. We live and we die. That's it. We're just here on this spinning, floating rock for who knows what reason, and they know all the answers, and there's no meaning to it. There's no meaning to life at all. Yeah. There's no purpose.
Yeah, that's how they get away with being so abhorrent to the rest of humanity, is because, you know, they've told everyone that they're nothing. Yeah, just do what thou wilt.
It makes me wonder who these people were. Should be the whole
of the law.
You know, who were these people that came up with this crap? What were these guys up to? So I started looking into
it. What's the Luciferian doctrine? It's they believe what Pete was saying about male torn from female. That is actually what they believe. They believe that the first human created was a hermaphrodite, was both. Right.
Me too. Me too. And listen, even in the Bible, Genesis 2 and Genesis 1, if you read it a different way, it tells exactly the same story. Eve was torn from the rib of Adam. And what if it's a set of ribs as opposed to just one rib as we imagine? So Lucifer is the fallen angel, right? I'll tell you something for nothing. Honest to God now, as I sort of, in my own brain, sort of meld together my female counterpart, my soulmate, right? With my arms and with her arms, I see wings. I see wings. So in the sense, that connection between are we the fallen angels? I mean, we have to at least consider it different.
I've wondered that, yeah.
Yeah, well, but what does that mean then again? I think these are all different questions we must face as individuals. But first of all, we have to that's why I always said about flat earth, right? That's the pivotal point. You have to, it's all about context. When you come to flat earth context, and everything changes. Let me just say before I go here, but I was just going to say, with heliocentrism, right, all there is the countable, all there is the one. They've negated the zero. They've forgotten about the zero, and the zero represents the uncountable. Let me just say one more thing. We're told that the ultimate answer to the ultimate question of life, the universe, and everything is 42. So I've come up with the question, and it's only when I got the flat earth right and reintroduced the zero that my attempt to at the ultimate question is, what do you get when you divide 0 by 1? Right? Because when you're heliocentric, there's no zero. All there is the countable. But now with 0 and 1, we think of a circle and a diameter, right? So when you, the ratio of the the circumference to the diameter is a special number, transcendental number called pi, and to three significant figures, it's 3.14, and that's a mathematical instruction which gives you 42. So I think that's the
answer to
point.
The universe.
And as I said, this is why Aristarchus is put there at the helm, right, of heliocentrism. This is why we're having all of these debates. And ultimately, I say it's all metaphor. The Big Bang, right, references the big fuck. It's when our material universe came into being, when the sperm rejoined with the egg. And I think now, just in the way I'm thinking, the sperm and the egg are inversions of one another. They're sort of be torn apart, and it's when the two are reconnected. Well, then you have the greatest miracle known to all of us is the human child, right? But yeah, ultimately coming back then to a flat Earth way of thinking, the zero is reintroduced, and that's all important. So, listen, on that note, I'm going to leave you to, because I know I could definitely talk. But yeah, thanks, Brandon, and good luck with the rest of the show. And thanks for listening, everybody.
Oh, thanks, Pete. Always good to hear you.
Okay.
The more I listen to you, the more you make sense. It kind of scares me sometimes.
But, well, listen.
Some profound stuff. Pete.
Okay, well, look, I'm always saying to myself, simplify the fuck out of everything. Honestly, I think we're told the truth as children, so revisit lots of different games, nursery rhymes, songs, etc., given to us as children. But let me just say, with Aristarchus, it doesn't end there. So that's where it begins, with the beginning of heliocentrism. Then we look at the moon. So we're on a flat Earth, right? And we're convinced that the ground is stationary and everything's moving around us. So everything appears to move in unison. When we look at our nearest neighbor, our nearest and dearest, it's the moon. And they've decided to name the most mysterious crater on the moon, none other than crater Aristarchus. So another step, do you know what I mean? Another sort of clue waiting to be put together, which for me ultimately culminating in a singular earthbound source to all of the skylights. The variable is the contour of the mirror sky itself, or the barrier itself. But yeah, and that then ultimately, this is where, let me sorry for this now, right? So this is where the dodo connects. The dodo came about because of the destruction of Aristarchus. Ultimately, Aristarchus is the divided tree of life. It's hardwood emanating from the north center, hitting the barrier at Polaris, right? Polaristarchus. But the dodo came into being after the tree was cut. We had a divided face of the land, right? A changing face of the land, which when the Gleason map was given to us, when you turn it upside down, so Australia and Page there is at the bottom, a certain bird jumps out at you, and the dodo also represents the divided state of us. So as without, so within, one reflects the other. So that's where it sort of led me to, anyway. But I know I can talk, but I appreciate your compliments there.
That's awesome.
We should talk again. Okay.
Oh yeah. Thanks, Pete.
Cheers. Thanks a lot.
Spot on, Pete. Spot on, mate.
Yeah, I enjoy
that's
listening
a really
to
good
Pete.
point. One thing I came across doing that Cavendish was the Royal Society of London. Cavendish and Newton were both part of the Royal Society of London,
Yes.
as were a lot of other people. And they have an interesting beginning that I haven't looked too much into, but I know that there's some occult practices, Rosicrucian.
Francis
Oh,
Bacon.
yeah.
Yeah, that's all tied up in there. So really the heliocentric model has occult beginnings. And one thing I wanted to show you guys, I can't seem to find where I can share my screen again. Like disappeared. You guys can't see my screen right now, right?
No.
Okay.
That conversation Sleeping Warrior had with that new PhD guy, the real arsehole one, that's always telling everyone how he's one of the 30 smartest people in the world or something. They were talking about all the, sort of plagiarism and arguments and shit that went on between those guys. Purcell, that was his name. Was it Anthony Purcell and Tony were talking about it?
Yeah, I was going to say it couldn't be Rumpus. He was number one.
So if you see what I got on this. Go ahead, Lee. Sorry.
No, sorry. It was a joke. I said it couldn't have been Rumpus because he believes he's number one, not top 20.
Oh, yeah, no, he wouldn't have said top 30. Yeah, he would have said I'm number one. Yeah.
So I want to look more into this Rosicrucianism and try to understand it. I know currently it's like a sect within Scottish Rite Masonry.
Mm-hmm.
But this is interesting here. I don't know if you guys have ever looked into the origin of the square and compass or what it means. I mean, this is not news to anybody, but I thought I'd bring it up because I find it interesting. Essentially, the compass is the spiritual, the ideal state, which is signified by a circle or a sphere, and the square is reality or the foundation to be built upon. The G stands for either geometry or God or gnosis, depending on who you talk to. Maybe all three. But
they'll tell you it's geometry.
They've got
that's what they'll say.
This represented by this. This is the flat Earth. This is the sphere, and geometry holds them together.
Yeah, flat Earth is reality. The sphere is their belief, and they put their belief over the top and say it's real.
You know where I believe this comes from? This comes from, if you look at the Star of David, Jewish Star of David, that's a more recent, it was a King Solomon going back to those days, and it was the Jewish that then took that and put it on their flag. But the whole meaning of the Star of David is it's two triangles, similar to what you're seeing there, but with the lines drawn across. And what it represents is the male and female, exactly what Pete was just all on about. It's the male is the top and the female is the bottom. And it's exactly that, the acceptance, and both of them together with God make a baby, basically, or reproduce. And that is, I think that is the ultimate symbolism that represents, even though it is geometry and from Pythagoras and all that lot. It's
Sorry,
basically,
Brandon, can I just...
Sorry.
I just got to go. I'll be back in maybe 15, 20 minutes. I just got to take my son to school.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah, I'll rejoin when I get back.
All right. Thanks, Paige. So I hope we're not boring the shit out of everybody. But I find this really interesting because I think that there's something here with the Freemasonry and all this stuff and how they talk about the great architect and the square and the compass that is another one of those clues to what the hell's going on. And the fact that Newton and, all of his contemporaries were occultists that were maybe not Rosicrucians, from what I understand. There's got to be something there. We should be able to trace back and figure out what the hell these guys were thinking and why they were doing what they were doing. I'm sure somebody's already done that research, but I haven't seen it.
Well, I've gone on a big, massive tangent of looking into the Rothschilds, obviously, and going through that way, and specifically the royal family, because the royal family leads straight back to Count Dracula, Vlad the Impaler from Transylvania, and it's literally put it this way: it's a power thing. It's as much as you can see as Earth now is in lots of different countries, lots of different leaders of each country. Back in them days, there was only a set number of, and the Rosicrucians were one of those. And they were ruthless and had money and had power and had wealth, and mixed with Turkish as well, and took over most of Europe. And that's as far as I get into it. But going back to the what you just shown, the set square and whatnot, that comes from King Solomon. I'm sure that's where it all stems from, with geometry and whatnot. The story goes, and I'm completely not a religious person and haven't read this in the Bible. I've read this in other books online, but the story goes that he captured the jinn, the evil spirits, by doing a particular poem, Solomon's poem, and he made them build his gold temple to a specific dimensions. And I think a lot of it, just the same as some of the pyramids, resolves to your standard golden numbers, your phi and pi. And I think that's where it was stemmed from. And because Solomon was known as the wisest, the leader of leaders, let's say, of all these clans, of all these sects, his lineage is then right the way through, running right way through Jesus's and whatnot, even to today. Even in modern times, they say that the Ethiopian crown is the lineage of Solomon. So I will say that a lot of it is innocent, in as much as Freemasonry was more. If you could imagine, we're all in a community, and there are particular people who bake bread, particular people who do picking of the soil and fruits and whatnot, and then there's these people who do the building. Now, back in them days, before currency, there would be exchange of goods. Now, the people who are building all the buildings would not have anything to exchange with apart from the building, and it would normally be that they were building it for a communal thing, like a church anyway, so everyone would get use for it. So they would be paid by getting given everything free, and hence the Freemason. I'm a Mason. I built this town, and everybody, when you walk past, if you can picture the old movies where they chuck bread at you for nothing, thank you, sir, thank you, this, and then they became the superiors of the land. And that's where I think it was born, and then obviously infiltrated and taken over as a secret club. But sorry, I've had one too many.
No, that's interesting. Yeah, that's something I want to dig into more. That and Newton's occult writings. Have you ever looked at those, Gleam?
Definitely. I mean, Newton, 95% was an alchemist. Physics was only a little sideline for Newton. And if you understand his impact on physics is so much and so large, the Newton's physics laws are embedded basically in science 100%. And that was just his sideline hobby. What he wanted to do was turn lead into gold. That was his ultimate life dream, to basically transmutate a particular material into another material. And that is being done today. I mean, not so much lead to gold, but yeah,
they did that.
Yeah, George, they have done it.
Say they turn.
Yep.
I've never seen it, but I don't know if he could do it.
It's normally nuclear physics, isn't it? So when you've got any nuclear reactor, there is always fallout, as they call it. And what they do in all nuclear reactors, they have like a drip tray or several drip trays because there's particular energy levels at a distance away from the core. And they'll capture actual solid metals in there. So there'll be so much fallout that it will all clunk together and actually form a matter solid. So, and you can see that on YouTube. I mean, that is known science.
Well, yeah, but I don't think you're gonna. Well, one of the fundamental problems with that for me is that I can't see gold, wood, and lead all being made of the same thing, just arranged differently, and that's what they're trying to convince you. It's like, oh yeah, we can
I get that.
arrange the lead atoms, and I'm like, look, man, I think if anything, something from the air, or kind of like a synthesis, but you didn't just take X number of this and rearrange them and get an entirely new material. Like, I don't think that's what happened.
Yeah, it's a lot to do with carbon. I don't know if anyone's seen Richard Feynman's talk on fire. He does a perfect explanation, and he says most of the tree doesn't come from the soil. It doesn't build itself up from the soil. Most of the tree is actually built from the air because it's hitting the actual organism and it's converting it into carbon. And that's the main thing, it's the carbon that is creating the matter from the conversion, from knocking off a particular atom, and then it converts. And that is, beta decay is the main thing that was born out of that science back in the 30s to 50s. Beta decay is where you can get a particular a particular element. You can actually fire energy at it and knock off an electron. Now, with that, it does actually change material, similar to how water changes from steam to gas.
Let me give you I'll give you a definition of energy that I heard, and I like to go with it for now. Let me just see what you think. Energy would be the chemical utilization of matter.
Yes, I actually agree with that. Yeah, they're the same thing.
A tangible. Well, this is also why I think when you start talking about like light and stuff like that, and you get into like, trying to describe the processes, and light is almost like gravity in a way, right? Like, because gravity is this effect. Yeah, and you see the effect, but you don't see the mechanism. But there is no physical thing to see. It's just happening. It's a very strange.
No, I agree with you there. Yeah. Yeah, no, those both are weird. Exactly that. You can only detect them indirectly. When they've hit a surface, you can see light or hit something. And the same with gravity. No, I get that. And it's the same.
I'm looking at these.
Yeah,
go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt your flow. Go for it.
Yeah, one thing that I don't know if anyone knows, but I call myself a Mach earther, and it's after Ernst Mach. The Mach numbers, and also to do with he was the first to photograph the shockwave through a medium. Now, his story is amazing, and I love it, and that's why I call myself a Mach earther. He's obviously a very well revered person of science, and back in his day, he was like the granddaddy. He was the Einstein of his time, and Einstein and Planck come along and literally said, oh no, well, there's this subatomic physics that we're all showing. Obviously, he done his photoelectric effect and whatnot. We're showing that the things come in discrete particles, and then they were basically putting across the standard nuclear physics, which wasn't accepted at the time because it was still ethereal based. But Mach's whole stance, and he did flitter, but his whole stance was there is no such thing as the atomic and subatomic scale. They do not exist. We cannot see them. If you cannot see them directly, they don't exist. Why are we even bothering? And he actually submitted Semele when there was overwhelming evidence with Einstein catching on and Planck, obviously, both of those becoming the new leaders of the new school. And on his deathbed, he actually said, nah, bollocks. Sorry for the swearing, but nah, they definitely don't exist. It's all to do with waves and all to do with the medium. It's a perturbation in the medium. It's nothing to do with single little planetary things bumping around, particles. And later on, we find out that Einstein and Planck were actually wrong, even though, yes, we can measure it in discrete quanta, particles, those things. It also acts like a wave, a perturbation in the medium. So it's very. I love the paradoxes in science that they can't resolve because of that, like the wavicle. Yeah, let's just merge the two things if we can't resolve it.
I think it's the signature of the creator. Like, I think it's he created a system with a redundancy that can't be explained to give himself proof. It would be like if I made a painting and when you put a loop on it, it was actually made of all of my initials. But when you unzoomed, it looked like, a normal picture. And then you zoom in and you see nothing but KZ, KZ, KZ. I think it's the same thing. Where he's like, I'm going to make the world made out of a mechanism which is not explainable in your world. So you have to introduce another world. And that was one of the things that I was like, and that's also what flat Earth is about, because they're trying to give Ball Earth is trying to give you this thing, right? That God didn't, that you don't need a God, right? Oh, nature made itself. It's the religion of removing God. That's all. How I see it.
I 100% agree with all that. Exactly that. Even though, what happened there? Even though I'm not tending towards any religion, I'm not a religious person, but I do strongly believe that we are not an accident. 100% believe we are not an accident. Definitely, it's too coincidental. 100%. There's no such thing as that many coincidences for us not to be created by this energy, whatever we call it. Yeah,
sorry for the dead air, guys.
No, Newton's interesting. I like that, Brendan.
There?
Yeah, no, he's fascinating, and I wanted to study into him a little bit more, see what he was all about. Probably won't be able to understand some of these things in here just because of the time that's elapsed, but I think I'll take a gander through these. And another interesting thing about Newton is his papers were kept secret after he died, I understand. And they were split up and bought by some pretty famous people and passed around. But this Newton project that I've been showing on the screen has at least a piece of his collection and is cataloging it. And you can go on here and see the translations and the actual pages, I think. So it might be worth checking out if anybody's interested. What's that?
Does somebody have the patent? Does somebody have like the rights to Newton's writing?
I think at one point they were given like as a gift from one family. I'm not exactly sure, but there's a whole Wikipedia article just about Newton's writing that'll get you at least in the right direction.
I think they're public domain, to be honest.
Yeah, that's because I was trying to get Aristotle stuff, and you can just download it, instead of sending it in the book.
Yeah, but I mean the actual papers, the physical papers.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, oh man, if that was the one guy that they protected his stuff, that'd be interesting.
Have any of you ever read any of the Principia, Mathematica?
Yeah, that was one of the things I started reading today along with that, because I was trying to compare how the two thought, right? Because they were two different, Plato and Aristotle was an entirely different set of thinking than Newton and Einstein. Like, it's interesting to see how they break down the same thing.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I looked at bits and pieces of it. But let me welcome Crow XE to the call. Crow, how are you doing tonight?
Thank you. I'm good. Thank you.
All right. Anything going on? You got anything on your mind?
Say again?
Nope. Anything going on? You got anything on your mind that you wanted to bring up, or just popping in?
No. Well, initially I wanted to come with some argument about things that I don't agree upon, and when talk is about quantum relativity and things like that, I usually listen because I don't have much to add in these areas. So I'm listening, unless there's a direct question or anything that's related to geometry. This is when I can talk.
Well, we do like to argue. So, what was it exactly that you took issue with? Just out of curiosity, if you want to bring it up now, if not, we can let it pass.
Actually, I forgot. I'm so sorry. This was like, half an hour ago or even more.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, welcome to the call. And I think there was a couple other people that were going to join us, including John Watson and Rakia. So if those guys want to come on in, come on in. If not, that's cool.
Okay, I think I remember now.
Go for it.
Yeah, it's the 1/15th of a million regarding the small ball and the big ball, the two masses at that distance. So that was the ratio, two masses at a certain distance. So we can get that number for theoretically for a human and the Earth, using the mass of the Earth and the mass of the human and the distance, which is the Earth radius.
Yeah. We went through that stuff. Now, this is what you're talking about, Crow. And just to clear things up, my understanding of this 150 millionth is that's the force that he measured was 150 millionth of this ball, the small ball, the 1.61 pound ball. And then what you're saying is he equated that to the ball falling to Earth, and that's how he calculated the mass and density from that assumption, that the force he measured could be equated to the force of something falling to the Earth. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what I got wrong. That's what I got wrong. As in, or I confused it. Exactly what Croix has just come in and clarified or said it nice and cleanly. I muddled up. It is basically, that is the force between the two balls. But he is exactly what Croix has just said, is that he then applied that ratio, let's say, to the Earth, and then it would calculate. It was like a reverse engineer extrapolation, basically, to try and find out what it would be, what Earth would be, if that was us being pulled to Earth in the same force as those balls are attracting each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it would all, more specifically, it would be if the force that caused the torsion bar to move, because we don't even know if it really came from the ball.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. So whatever force he measured, which was never experimentally determined, he plugged into these calculations, and then himself and his predecessors just went on down their happy merry way, calculating all kinds of crap from it.
That's it,
including supporting the claim that they know what's in the center of the Earth when we've never been down more than 8 miles.
Yeah, I challenge anyone to find out who actually done all that maths, exactly what you're saying there. Because on Wiki, and I've done a quick search, but nothing of in-depth, but on Wiki it says that some unnamed scientists were the actual people who started using this G all of a sudden. 75
Dr.
years
Someone?
after him. Yeah, that's it.
Sure.
Dr. Nobody.
That's what you always hear. They're like, "Oh yeah, somebody's done it." I'm like, "Oh, this is somebody. Yeah. Must have a big family."
It was that doctor from The Simpsons with an arm for a leg and a leg for an arm or something.
I came across that when I was researching, but I can't remember who it was. But yeah, it was decades and decades later that they finally calculated it from his stuff. He had everything there, though. All that he needed to do this calculation of G. But it took a while.
Remember when you were talking about how, like, they're racing? Like, what if picture how in-depth the ball Earth model is, right? What if there was a flat Earth in-depth model, right? And there was pictures, there was all this shit, and they just destroyed it and then just started over.
It wouldn't surprise me at all.
There's some maps. If you see some of the maps, the older maps, they're fucking they're like extremely detailed, right? Like people put the mountains and all, like they put the terrain and stuff, and like old California was an island, which is interesting.
Has that ever been explained? Has anybody ever come forward with a plausible explanation for why they had California as an island on there? Was it like, well, they never went here, but they just assumed that, well, this river was...
Come on, who would make a fake map? That's so ridiculous, right?
That's what I'm thinking, too. I mean, and it's a pretty nice-looking map, right? These guys were paid a lot of money to do what they did.
And think about this. Don't they always joke about, like, breaking California off?
Yeah, they do, yeah.
One of those big, oh yeah, we'll cut California off, you know? Maybe because it's real thin right there or something. You know, there's that big Golden Gate Bridge or something. I don't know. It's all like, some of the maps are, you know, they make it like, even if you've seen the North Pole one, it's like 4 tributaries going into one. You know, it's like a weird, like the North Pole's like a water source kind of sorts or something.
Yeah, I'll bring that up. What's the name of that Urbano Monte map?
Oh, I have no idea. I only know them by sight, but yeah, some of the old maps are very, very interesting.
I found it.
I've got a theory about that. Exactly what you're saying there is, you know, the bias that they have, and everyone see it on the Gold Peters map, where they say back in the days they exaggerated the northern hemisphere to make it appear that they were more powerful. Well, the same thing happens in the other way around, I reckon. Because if you look at America or England, I don't know whether this is in America, to be honest, but in England, if you look at all the East Coast, by the rest of the UK, they are seen as quite derogatory. For example, Cornwall are actually seen as the thicko farmers, basically, and the Welsh are actually seen as the simpleton sheep farmers. Whereas London and all on the east side is deemed to be the posh capital, the where the people are. And I've got a theory that it's based on where the sun rises. The sun rises first in New York and all on that side, so they think they're better. I think that is the case, yeah. Shut up now, Glenn.
Hi guys, I'm back.
Hey, what's up, Paige? Yeah, so here's that weird, one of those weird maps. This one's pretty famous, Urbano Monte. This one doesn't have the center with the, you know, like Atlantis-looking thing, at least from what I can tell.
Have you guys heard of the coastline paradox?
Yeah, I just heard about that today somewhere, Paige. Yeah.
You can't measure it. Yeah.
Yeah, depending, it becomes like fractal, depending on how. So that's why when people complain about the distances on the AE map, that's why they're a little bit off, because it depends on, you know, how you're measuring it, what measurement you're going to get. If you go down to the level of atoms, if you want to go that small, then the coastline's infinite, you know, almost.
Yeah, I don't know about the AE map. I haven't studied the map enough to know how accurate that is, but is it a projection of the globe? So I think I just heard not too long ago somebody say that it wasn't a projection. What was that on? Because the Globebusters put out a video yesterday.
Yeah,
and
is that the one they mirrored?
Yeah, it was from
that was a brilliant video.
No Truth.
Don't fear the truth. Yep. Yeah, that was brilliant. Made complete sense. You know, they show all the emergency landings and all that kind of stuff, and then they explain about the coastline paradox and show how that's why people can just, you know, pick one measurement that somebody's done and say, well, that other measurement's wrong because this person said it was this measurement. But it depends on how you're measuring it. That's what the coastline paradox is.
So did they use a flat Earth map or a Google Earth map to show that?
To show what? The emergency landings and stuff?
Yes.
Yeah, they use the AE map. They use both. They show you on a globe where they track where it would have gone or should have gone on the globe, and then they show you where it actually flew and why they land where they land, because it's on the way on the AE map.
On a globe, you mean what kind of projection? That rectangle map, or what they call it? What's that rectangular map? Mercator.
No.
Yeah.
No, when they show you the globe, where it would fly on the globe, they actually show you a globe.
Oh, okay.
Like it's a round ball.
So like Google Earth. Like Google Earth.
I'm not sure what, but Google Earth is only a ball when you back out far enough. Google Earth is actually made up of flat tiles, all stitched together. So it's a flat Google map. Google Earth is actually a flat Earth map. It's only a globe when you zoom out far enough. It changes. It's just a drawing that. That's not actually what the Earth looks like when you back away that far.
So the Globebusters, recent video?
Yeah, I think originally it was done by Don't Sphere the Truth, but I saw it like 10 minutes after it was uploaded, and Globebusters had already been in there saying, I'm going to mirror this. So I think he did straight away.
Oh, strange. I've seen the same thing displayed on AE map and displayed on Google Earth, and it made sense on Google Earth. So, but I'm going to check, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure there are some that fit the globe as well, but they don't all fit the globe, whereas they all fit the AE map.
Yeah, this map is really strange. You see all these continents around Antarctica.
Yeah, it's all disproportionate as well, because if you think Antarctica is said to be about 1.5 times Europe, the whole of Europe, or 1.5 times Northern America. And if you count up all that landmass, there's obviously way more than that.
And he's got it all, it looks alive, like there's animals and trees and life down here, and then water past it.
Yeah, my mate's got
what made him think all that?
No, I think it was well known that there was life there.
Yeah, that's another interesting thing, is the secrecy about Antarctica and even the North Pole.
Well, there's said to be no landmass there at all. Zero.
Do you
landmass.
remember when you were a kid? No, I distinctly remember when I was a kid that the globes used to have like a landmass in the north. And I don't remember if it was just ice or if they actually showed it with like a landmass, but
yeah, I always thought when I was younger it was a little circle of ice or something, but
I think they trick us with
anything
Santa.
there now.
Yeah, I think they trick us with Santa saying he's from the North
the
Pole.
North Pole.
What, Polaris?
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then you find out Santa's bullshit, and then you think, oh, well, there's nothing at the North Pole. And actually, it's like the secret to life is there or some shit.
Yeah, that's it.
I was looking at the globe, and they always put the thing that holds the globe in the North Pole to conceal it. That was the little thing they did.
Yeah, the little top bit.
It's a big black hole on Google Earth. I think on Antarctica, is it the same at the North Pole? There's like this massive big black hole where they've stitched everything together. You don't get to see.
Yeah, I've looked at it myself. There's some of that stitching, but it's just like sea. That's all it shows there. It's just nothing but water.
Do you understand Pete's Tree of Life theory? Even though it's a commonly known theory, where the tree...
Not entirely. Do you?
Yeah, there was a massive tree. You must have seen the old videos where it was saying that a lot of the mountains look like cut down trees, as if they're massive trees and they're just the stumps and they've been cut down. Table Mountain, I think.
Yeah, the
in South Africa
mesas.
was one. Yeah, but what it was come from is that obviously there used to be giant trees. That's what the suggestion is, and the Tree of Life is that there was one tree which fed the rest, which had special powers, basically, is the giver of life, of all life on Earth. And it stemmed out the North Pole, and it was cut down for a reason. Whether it was giants, I don't know. But it was cut down because they didn't want it, or they wanted to rule instead of this tree ruling the whole of Earth. Now, another thing that when I went down that rabbit hole of looking into that, one thing that really intrigued me that come out is, I don't know if you're aware, but there are tunnels all under the whole of Europe. And I think there's a big long tunnel from Scotland down to Turkey or somewhere like that.
Wow.
And I was like, absolutely no way is that true. But it turns out there are these massive, it's as if they've been pre-dug out tunnels, like underground tunnels. And it works with the Tree of Life. You look into the Tree of Life theory and they say that was the actual roots. And when it died,
system.
When it died, all the roots actually got mined or whatnot, or died off and rotted, and that is the traces of it pushing out throughout Earth, and all the land is the remains of the tree. And
very interesting.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It's a core theory. A lot of things led me to that Tree of Life, and then getting into this, Pete all of a sudden comes out of it, and it was like,
Bro, there's always forests at the base of mountains, and if anybody who's ever had any land and cut a tree down, the first thing that happens is little trees start growing all around it.
Yep.
And even the same, man, when it starts breaking apart, like the wood, and petrified wood is rock. So picture a tree that was massive. It would be super, super hard in the middle, and that would petrify into rock. I don't think there's any rock. I think all rocks.
Yeah, I think
wood.
all is biological. Well, something else. Mud Fossils University does that. Looks at all, sort of had some of those rocks that he found DNA tested and all kinds
remember,
of stuff.
Rocks are one of their proofs of the age, right? Oh, we tested these rocks, because every other piece of organic matter won't survive that long, right? But then you create this rock, and now you have 4 billion years of time, right? So without the rocks, what do they got? Without the rocks, they can't date anything that old, because it's biodegradable within 1,000 years or something, right? Only rocks can be dated that deep.
All right, I did want to give a shout out to Gleam's channel and anybody else. So if you're not subscribed to Gleam, go on out there to YouTube and search. I can't put the link in the chat because I'm not a mod, but maybe Randy, if he's around, would be kind enough to do it. You'll see here that he's got his new single that's coming out. See, Gleam, I wasn't lying. I actually did watch it. So
love it.
See the red bar here.
Yeah, give me some subs. Look at that, 228. Wow, they're just friends as well. I haven't got that many friends.
It might be better that way. I don't know. Not if you're trying to sell music, though.
No.
Yeah,
exactly
so go out and support Gleam. That'd be cool. Check out his music. And who else? Right Hand, you got a channel, don't you? Pretty sure.
Yeah, a little right hand there.
Let's give you a plug too. See if I can find it the old way. Oh man. Shoot me a link in the chat, will you? I know I'm subbed to you. I just got a million channels that I'm subbed to.
Yeah.
And I'll pop it in there. Paige, do you have a channel?
Yeah, I do, but it doesn't matter. I don't want. I only just mirror things that I find interesting. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't. It's not like I do live streams and need 1,000 subs or whatever.
Right. And what about you, Crow? You want to plug? Right, the hand. Do you have a channel?
Yeah, I sent you there. That should be the. There you go.
Yeah, here's Right the Hand's channel, and you put out quite a few videos.
Yeah, I try to cover everything. Anything that right now for me anyway, like this whole mask and the whole what can they force us to do? What can they legally hold us accountable for doing, right? Like, one of my favorite things, you walk into the store with no pants, they can arrest you. You walk into the store with no mask, that's not an arrestable offense. So people need to understand the difference between a law and like an ordinance or a policy, right? These are non-enforceable. They can't enforce.
A statutory act.
Yeah, man.
It's not a law.
Bro, it's the devil asking you to do something. That's all it is, man.
Yeah, everything. People don't even realise that your driver's license, your income tax, all of these things are voluntary. You agree to pay for these things and contract with these businesses. The police are a corporation. They have an ABN. They are a business. So they no longer are there to keep the peace. The police are a bought mercenary force for the elites, thugs, mafia, whatever you want to call it. They are into revenue raising for their business. Just like any other company needs to make profit, the police are exactly the same. They are a business.
And the thing we have to also on that, they are bound by their bylaws. Like a business has bylaws, right? Like they have a standard, however corrupt their code of ethics is, they have one. And this is where people, like a cop will like, give me your license, right? You'd be like, no, I don't have to. Unless I've been suspected of a crime or committed a crime.
Yep.
Yeah.
You do not have to even talk to them.
Yeah, I can ask you for your gun, officer. It doesn't mean you have to give it to me, right? It's not a crime. So
yeah,
people,
and if they do... If they keep going and like tear you out of your car or arrest you or whatever, you can then sue them personally. They have then kidnapped you, armed assault, because they are then a person harassing you as a person. They're not doing something, so they can be held personally accountable. You know, the people who are in law enforcement at the moment need to go and learn what the law actually is, because these elites that you work for are putting you in a position where you personally are going to take the blame, not them. You know, this whole I was just doing my job didn't work for the Nuremberg trials, remember? You know, people will be held personally accountable for this shit that's going on with the masks and fines and all this kind of stuff. It's already happening here. We've got, you know, so many examples. Liability Mate is a good channel here, and knowyourrights.com. They have a couple of books out now. I've got one of them on fines, speeding fines and car fines, stuff like that. And it explains, it shows you in the Constitution what is law, what's not law, why it's not law, and where they're overstepping their bounds. And, you know, they will continue to overstep their bounds if none of us say anything. If you keep consenting, they will keep doing it. It's just that simple.
Exactly.
So
it can't be one person. It can't be one person saying no. Yeah,
it has to be all of us. Yeah.
If it's one or two people, that's it. They've won, man.
Yeah. It's too much. They've taken too much leeway. You know, the police are no longer there just to correct something once something's gone wrong. They're trying to make money off you before anything's even happened. Do you know what I mean? Like they're going to fine you for something or tell you you're not allowed to do something because something else could happen. And that's not what the police was set up for. The police were set up for, you know, if somebody got into a fight, they could come and arrest the person after the fight. You can't arrest the two people before they fight, can you? Like they have to actually do something first. But the police now, it's all sort of preemptive policing.
Yeah, good point. There's a lot there to get into. I've started to get into that whole common law versus maritime law thing, and it was just so much information and so hard to verify anything.
It's why they make legal documents. it's why the law is so obtuse and you know, because it's a shield. You know, you can get lost in litigation.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah. But hey, just start reading, man. You know, you little by little you start picking up. So
it
there's
doesn't take long to realize that. Yeah, they're definitely. You know, even if you don't understand everything, you can get an idea of how they've twisted the way we think to allow them to do these things. Like, you know, you just need to look into common law, look into the Magna Carta, look into the Concordance of Worms, look into, you know, what the Catholic Church was doing. You know, all these things. They set up this system and they did it in just a way that we would end up where we are now, and it's worked beautifully. It's got to stop.
Okay, so I did want to shout out Crow XE's channel. Crow, you still there?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm
So
here.
this is your YouTube channel, right?
Yes.
Okay. Anything you want to say about it, or people can go check it out?
Yeah, I think yes. The first video from the right side is open debate about satellites. So if anyone would like to debate about satellites, or especially TV broadcast satellites, so I'm ready.
Satellites are my shit, man. Oh man, so
did the
have you
Wolfpack ever change their logo from a bear paw to an actual wolf paw, or did they just leave it as a bear paw?
I think it's still a foot. I'm not sure.
Still a bear paw.
All right. So if you're interested in that, maybe hit Crow XE up and talk about satellites.
Yeah.
And then, Paige, you mentioned a channel, since you don't want to plug. You said Liability Mate.
Yeah, Liability Mate, and knowyourrights.com. Two fantastic channels if you want to learn about common law and that kind of stuff. Those two places. These guys have set up a common law court in Australia. Like, they are deadly serious about changing the way law is, you know, changing it back to the way it was meant to be. You know, people have this wrong idea that because I don't agree with the way police behave now, that I immediately don't want there to be any police. And that can't be further from the truth. What I want is for them to do their job properly, the way they were meant to. You know, we have the way our laws were set up was God, then man, then corporations. And the created cannot be greater than the creator. So we cannot be greater than God, and the corporations that we create cannot be greater than us. Now, man created the police, and now the police have tried to step above us and say, we are greater than you, we can tell you what to do. Where really it should be, you know, are you all okay with this? You guys are the people. You guys have the authority. Is this okay with you guys? And we would all go, no, that's not okay. We're not wearing masks. We're not doing that. No, we're not social distancing. But instead, they've gone, no, we're the created. We are greater than you, the creator. Therefore, we're going to tell you what to do. And I'm sorry, but that's just wrong. No two ways about it.
Lots of stuff to get in there. Cleary was on earlier, and here's his YouTube channel. He puts out a lot of content, some good, interesting, short videos. So if you don't want to watch my 43-minute video, go check Cleary out. He's got some good stuff. What's that right there?
He's got music. We got, you know, not everybody does music, so I think.
Yeah.
Well, he makes songs, so that's something unique to him.
Yep, good stuff there.
Actually, Brandon, another one you might want to bring up is Whiteboard Gematria. Dallas is another one that I have a lot of respect for him. He's extremely intelligent and finds some connections that even, I miss. Like, he's brilliant. So, yeah, that's him.
Okay.
Yeah, to be honest, I think gematria is a little. It's undervalued in the conspiracy world. Like, I think a lot of the stuff they do is communicate with numbers. At 2:15 p.m., a 32-year-old man walked into. So
Everything is around. Everything they do is coded. Literally everything. I mean, you look into the moon landings, for instance. That's all coded. There's the same numbers meaning the same things all throughout the same genres. Like 93 is a big number that comes up with space shit. Oh, 93 million miles from the sun. There you go. Yeah. You'll find common threads running through, common numbers running through common genres they must talk to each other that way. There's whatever they've decided those things mean, they put it out, and if you've been initiated, you instantly know what that means. Like symbols, love heart. If you see a love heart, that means love. That shape means love heart. You just know that without any words being written. And they're the same with numbers. They just know what it means without having to say anything. Like their handshakes and stuff. You don't have to say anything.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Okay, I don't think I missed anybody. Oh, Chris Berry. Let me go to his real quick, and then we'll get on with it. If I can find it. There it is. Chris Berry. He's the one who showed the suns, if you're not familiar with him. And he's got lots of videos out there, too. Good stuff. So check him out. Okay, everybody got a plug? All right. Well, I am going to cut it short. I promised my daughter I'd have dinner with her at some point tonight. It's getting pretty late. How about we do some final thoughts? If you want to say anything, before we get off the call, then go ahead. And if Brandy wants to take back over, if he's still around there, then he can do that. But if not, we'll just end the call. How about we start alphabetically and go with Crow XE?
I'm sorry I came late for the show, and I have two presentations ready, so it's up to Randy to pick one which seems more interesting, the vacuum and pressure thing, and an example for the other video or the other presentation is example using the scientific method to prove the downward acceleration of 9.8. So yeah, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Oh, they both sound good.
Well, I am still around, so I'm happy to go for another hour if you guys are still willing to stay on the line.
I can hang around. It's miserable here, so I can't go outside.
I just want to know, Ranty, if that's okay. Only if you can show me it with a solar filter.
He's gonna explode. 3, 2, 1.
All right. Well, how about then? I'll say my final thoughts, and then I'll probably just go off into the background and listen.
Okay, sounds good to me, brother.
All right. Yeah. Well, Randy, hosting a show is a lot harder than you make it look. So you've gotten pretty good at it since I remember when you started your channel. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to host your show. Really appreciate it. It was fun. Good talking to all you guys. And I hope you enjoyed the discussion. And I'll see you around. Oh, subscribe to my YouTube channel if you want. Brandon Toy.
Yeah, I'll spam your link now.
Yeah, brilliant. Nice one, Brandon. You was brilliant there, mate.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, brilliant.
Good chat. Good chat.
See you later, Brandon.
Thanks, guys.
See you later, mate.
Yep. Bye.
Okay, right. Okay, so let's get spamming. Okay, so I'm going to spam in the channel right now. So if anyone enjoyed how Brandon handled himself in the... How long were we going then? 3 hours? So he did a 3-hour live stream there. If you enjoyed that, you want to go over and subscribe to his channel if you liked what he was showing you, etc. You know, give him a thumbs up and go ahead and subscribe. So there we go. So yeah, if you want to knock your screen share off there, Brandon Toy, that would be cool. Yeah, perfect. Right, okay, let's carry on. How is everyone doing? How did you find Brandon?
Oh, that was awesome.
I think it was great.
Yeah, it's not bad, is he? Not bad. Did he bring some new flair to the show? I mean, did you like some of the subjects that he brought up?
Oh, for sure. It's nice to just chat about different things rather than just the globe believers proofs. You know, it's good to sort of discuss things outside of that.
Yeah. Well, Crow, I mean, what would you prefer to do as your presentation? Which would be your best one?
Well, okay. I think too many people exhausted this gas thing, so I'll leave it to be the second thing. The presentation about the gravity is 10 minutes, so that would be good to have a lot of time to have questions, and then you can continue with the normal show.
Do you want to do it now?
Oh, well, I'll have to upload it and send it to you.
All right,
that's if I try to play it on my screen, yeah, I'll get on it.
No worries. Well, yeah, we can do that another day if you like. We can do that a different day. So, do you guys go on? Sorry.
Yeah, so just for this emergency landing thing, they were not using the globe Earth in presentation for the globe. They were using that this projection called Mercator, I think, I'm not sure, but it's not this Google Earth. And when I get to Google Earth, I find that the nearest is Hawaii or Anchorage. The difference, Hawaii is closer by 300 kilometers. So I'm not sure if that makes a difference or not.
Well, when your life's hanging in the balance, it sure does make a difference.
Well, there's other factors we don't know. Maybe there was wind, there are other things. Why? When we talk about Cavendish, everyone assumes
the main...
you weren't there, I wasn't there.
What, are you saying something else would override the person's life?
No, I'm saying maybe if they wanted to go to Hawaii, there is headwind that is going to slow them down. Maybe they have tailwind if they went to Anchorage. So when it's 300 kilometers only over 2,500, it's not conclusive. This is just one landing that I looked into. I didn't look into the others. But the point is,
pretty sure there's jet streams that
you
are
have to do
pretty constant in direction. So the jet streams are pretty, because they flow with and without the jet stream, so they know where they're going. So we can easily verify that.
Yeah, no, you would have to prove that there was some reason that Alaska was a better option other than just being closer.
Yes.
You know, because when you've got seconds, when you've only got seconds to,
300 miles.
I mean, they talk even on the ground. An ambulance will, divert to the closest place because seconds matter. So, it's unless you can prove somehow that something else made this 300-kilometer place closer, then logically they've stopped at the closest place, which on the AE map was literally a straight line.
Hey guys, do you want to? Should we head over onto Discord? Would that be all right with you guys? Because there's only 3 of us in the chat right now.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
I'm literally going to have to head off. I've got a couple bits that I need to be getting on with. Okay, Thank you very much for having us, though. Salute.
No
Nice
worries,
talking to you,
Gleam.
Gleam.
But the chat is already occupied. I think there was people there talking. I'm not sure if they're still there now.
That's fine. We can barge our way in.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, see you there.
Right, the hand.
Take care.
Do
See
you
you
want to
there.
hop on over? Yeah, I think he has already. Here we go. Right, so I'll end the call there. Right, let's get this over here. Right, okay, so Guns of Navarone, thank you very, 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 very much for the 50 Canadian dollar super chat there. That's amazing. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Really do appreciate that. Right, okay, so here we go. I'm in the show channel, and we've already got the Rumpus in there. Crow, George, Right the Hand, Yossi, and Paige. How is everyone doing?
Not too bad. We're having a discussion about.
Are we doing a live show here now, or what's going on?
Yeah, I'm still actually live. I mean, if you're happy to.
You weren't broadcasting the discussion, Rumpus, that Yossi and I were having, though.
No, it wasn't. It's only just come here, George.
No, just what
we were just talking about the Mullen Force the Line experiment and how impossible it is.
Yeah, we had Jeremy in here from somewhere. I've never met him before. He was suggesting, I think he'd be talking with M. Scott Veach or something about doing a pencil line or something on a wall. And this Jeremy chap was saying something that you could build a force the line. And we were telling him, well, actually, no, you can't do the force line because you need something to the resolution of microns where the things join together. So you can't machine it to that accuracy. Are you okay then, Ranty? I presumed you were off tonight because you were feeling unwell or something.
No, not at all. No, I'd planned it last week. In fact, I even said it, for somebody to come and do it, to host the show, so that people could get a different feel for a different host, see how if they enjoyed the guest, if they wanted to go and subscribe to the channel, etc. So yeah, he did a good job. He did 3 hours worth, and he had to go. So I thought, well, I've still got another hour and a half left in me.
Okay. I thought you were.
You want to crash our party, do you?
Yeah, we wanted to spoil the Globers party, the Globers tea party.
I thought you were suffering with your affliction or something.
Yeah, I have a little affliction, but I don't think the operation will be for a couple of weeks yet. I've got the pre-op tomorrow, so pre-op is just to check to see whether or not, I've.
You're going to they have to rescue you. Okay, right. Well, okay, right. I thought you were right. Okay, I got confused. I thought you were sufficiently ill today that you weren't able to. But okay, obviously.
and that's why Rumpus. That's why Rumpus. Your channel. He sat here for the past 3 hours just talking and talking because he cares about you, Ranty.
Oh. You thought I was dying, didn't you, Rumpus? You thought I was dying.
Oh,
yeah. I thought you were.
It was a eulogy, a Rumpus eulogy. Is what it was.
Yes, yes, I was trying
to kick me off this room that I was in without you being here.
Oh yes.
What's that, George? George was kicked off apparently earlier.
Yeah, he was.
Nope. Oh, here you want to come into the room where we're having a private conversation so you can kick me out again? Is this it?
Private? Well, I don't have the power to kick you out anymore, George, but you deserved it, man. You wouldn't stop talking.
Was you speaking? It sounded like right the hand to me on my speakers. I thought was right the hand.
No, that was Brandon.
No, this is Brandon. Speaking. I'm the one who kicked you out, George.
Yeah, way to go.
I think George wants to say, Ranty, take your buddies and leave. Go back to Skype. We're busy here.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to talk about the Cavendish thing, but I must admit I didn't. Yes, I got involved with the communication with Yossi with stuff. But yes, there seemed to be some problems with understanding the Cavendish. I don't know whether that's what you were talking about with George. Is that what you explained to them, George?
No, I was trying to explain to him what an indirect measurement means and how most of the measurements we make tend to be indirect. In a direct measurement is very difficult to make. Can
you clarify on that, like quickly, or?
See, again, you want to interrupt.
No, I was asking for clarification. Can you clarify on the direct or indirect, just quickly though? I don't need to read a textbook. Just. What's the difference?
It was just one sentence. He was just coming out with a sentence there, and you interrupted him.
Hey, Rumpus, we haven't been in your little party here. We just came over because Ranty invited us to his channel
So why did you interrupt George? George was giving an explanation what an indirect measurement was, and you decided to interrupt
I want
him.
clarification, so when he expands on it, I know where he's talking. I know what he's going. You know where his head is.
Well, I
what's
didn't
going
know.
on.
Why did you stop him? He did a sentence on the subject.
Rumpus, why are you talking right
Because I'm annoyed that he was getting one sentence and you decide to interrupt it for no reason.
He finished his sentence. I asked
No, he
for
hadn't, George. You
clarification.
hadn't. He just told you that you interrupted him. He said just now that why were you interrupting him? He just asked you why you interrupted him. So he thought you had interrupted him. He hadn't finished.
It actually wasn't
Jesus
me.
Christ.
The first one wasn't me. So yeah, I mean you can point fingers all day long, Rumpus. George,
who-
could you? I'm interested in direct and indirect measurements, and can you tell me, like, just the surface level of what you're talking about, so that when you continue and I don't interrupt, and hopefully Rumpus doesn't either, that I can follow, you know, your explanation, your story, or whatever you're talking about. Because I haven't been here listening before, you know, to what you were talking about.
It was a new subject. He hadn't mentioned this beforehand. It was entirely new what he just said to me.
He just said he was speaking about it before.
Yes, but not here.
Oh,
it was
okay.
entirely new to everybody in this room.
I didn't hear him say that because you were probably talking. So, gee whiz.
Jesus Christ, you twat. Just let him finish his sentence, which he'd started, and you decided to stop him from finishing it. And
When
then
do you want him to start? As soon as you shut up, or me?
Well, you just shut up. Just shut up yourself in general. Jesus Christ. Anyway, looks as though George has muted himself in irritation at being interrupted midway through a sentence when I asked him what he was talking about. He was then explaining what about indirect measurements, and then you interrupted it.
Rumpus, you can kick me off your server if you want.
No, it's not my server. But just
okay.
Just
That's
take
what I thought.
turns, for Christ's sake. Anyway, so George was apparently talking about indirect measurements, but now he's obviously gone on mute in irritation. And because I thought you were talking about the Cambridge experiment, I think Brandon was talking about the Cambridge experiment, and the problem and supposed problems with this.
Rumpus, do you understand that you or like 90% of the speaking problems we have on these shows?
No,
I'm
not. I take turns.
Okay.
I don't interrupt people randomly like you just did to sabotage. I don't try and stop people from making their point, which is what you did to George.
Rumpus, you're the one of the only guys I know that could probably interrupt himself.
Yeah, well, you're an idiot. You clearly don't know what the hell you're doing because you just interrupted George and you're not accepting that. But anyway, I'm trying to focus on the Cavendish experiment, which apparently there were some problems with, and I wondered whether, you might like to tell me, perhaps actually say something useful and tell me what the issue was with the Cavendish experiment that supposedly Brandon was complaining about. I mean, he's here himself. He could say himself.
I think George had the floor and he got out a point, but before he continued, I was just trying to get clarification on it, and then you went off on another 3-minute tirade.
You're an idiot. Right.
I'm working on something else right now. You guys go ahead with the Cavendish experiment.
George, and whenever you're ready and Rumpus stops talking, I am interested to know, just what you mean by direct and indirect measurement. But in due time. You don't have to do it right now. Carry on, Rumpus.
Right, okay. So the Cavendish experiment, I don't know obviously what you were chatting about because I was in here with Yoshi showing us some footage of moons and things. And we were discussing the force the line thing that Brian Mullen wanted to do, and discussing the some guy called Jeremy was asking us to just bring people up to date. So with asking about the force the line experiment, and we were just establishing it's impossible because the accuracy you need to do of joining things together is in the level of microns. So I don't know if anybody's understood, but I won't bother to go into it. But basically, it's force the line business where you try and generate a straight line by bonding lots of poles or beams or something together. You can never do it accurately enough to have a straight line.
What do you mean poles or beams? I mean, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we need clarification on this. You are an expert, professional, like high-level guy, and you need to talk to us in terms that we might know.
Okay.
I'll maybe explain, just a little bit of description.
Okay, I will explain what we were talking about.
I opened up a can of worms,
right.
Didn't I?
Oh,
sorry about
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Sorry about that.
Right. Just okay, if you want me to explain, people may or may not be aware that people like Brian Mullen and other people have suggested the way of finding whether the Earth's curvature is creating a straight object. Ideally, you'd want a nice straight, 1 kilometer ruler that was perfectly straight, or 1 mile ruler. And as such things don't exist, people like Brian Mullen and other people in the past have said, and there's been some discussion about it and using fishing lines and things, how do you generate something nice and straight and then compare that with the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah.
So, and that's
Rumpus,
actually a lot more. Yeah.
the idea is to draw a straight line in space to measure against the curvature of the Earth or the lack of curvature. Are you saying that with all this technology, sending people to the moon supposedly and all this stuff, we can't draw a freaking 3 mile straight line?
Well, to do that, the way, for instance, the LIGO gravitational wave detector, the way they had to have a straight base to put their detector on and fire lasers in a vacuum chamber. The only way they were able to do it was using differential GPS, and so they're making the 2 points using GPS, but
Hey,
presumably.
Rumpus, I don't mean to
Oh,
interrupt you,
Jesus
but what
Christ.
about, this is a great idea. What about a gyroscope, right? Rigid in space. It's not light. It has nothing to do with atmosphere, no lasers. All it knows is a straight line, basically. It's tangent. If you were to move it over a surface, right? So
Right,
what about
but-
gyroscope?
Right, well, you
Does that create a
interrupted what I
straight
was.
line?
I was in the middle of saying something, and you interrupted me. So well done there. But I will address the point you made, even though you rudely interrupted me. That's utterly useless because you need. There's no point. The fact all gyroscopes do is to retain their orientation. You need to preserve the position along the horizontal.
No,
So
no, no,
that's the
no.
problem.
What's the problem?
Oh my God!
A gyroscope is rigid
you
in
want
its space, and Brandon just said a straight line through space.
right.
That's
Okay,
what we're
how
talking
do you do that? That's the problem. And it's difficult.
Pick up a gyroscope and move it.
I just explained to you, you can't do it that way, you moron.
Oh,
because
I see.
you.
So then, how did all these
Jesus
space agencies
Christ.
do it? Like Brandon said, right?
My God,
like Brandon
moron.
said, how did all
Anyone,
these space
if
agencies
anyone
do
is
it?
interested in the problems associated with doing that, I did a video on that over a year ago on Brian Mullen's Force Align experiment and how to salvage it.
Yeah, but
it's on my channel.
So is the ISS, obviously, it's got gravitational forces acting on it, right? So is the ISS slightly curved as well?
Well, it's following an orbit, which is a curve.
When they built it, did they have to make it slightly curved?
Yeah.
Because it goes around the Earth.
No.
Red is trolling, guys.
No, I mean, is that a joke then? Well, it's not very funny. I mean, it just means you're being an idiot.
It was hilarious, actually.
I mean, you might as well just say, 1 + 1 = 3. Oh, that's funny, isn't it? It's not. It's just being an
Especially
idiot.
when you say it.
Actually, it was a good one. I think it was a good one.
Well, if you're an idiot, you might think it's a good one, but to anybody
come
with more than IQ more than 100 would think, well, that's a very stupid thing to say.
I like nonsense humor. I don't think it's any indication for intelligence.
So if the moon, right? So the moon is obviously a sphere, right? Yeah, in your model, and the Earth's a sphere, but they are having gravitational forces acting on them. How come they aren't bent the other way around?
Bent the other way around to what?
How come their curves don't go the other way?
Their curves go the other way to what? I don't understand the question.
Never mind, Rumpus.
Hey, Rumpus, what keeps the ISS in its orientation with the cupola towards the Earth? When it goes all around the globe, what keeps the ISS in its orientation?
Because it naturally will do that. That's because
no.
Yeah, they do have gyroscopes on them, but they have.
Well, first of all, Rumpus, the moon doesn't do it. The moon doesn't do that.
The moon doesn't do
give
what?
me an example.
The moon doesn't do what?
Doesn't keep its orientation with the Earth.
Well, it faces the Earth because it's tidally locked.
Okay, now let's come down to Earth a little bit. What keeps an object, a satellite, let's say, in space, keeping its front end pointed down, like a plane flies over the globe, right? A plane,
well, it doesn't.
Stays. Okay. What keeps a satellite, with its front end, whichever way it's headed around the globe?
Angular momentum.
Whoa! What about center of gravity?
What about the center of gravity?
Is it at the front of the ISS or the back or the middle, or where is it?
Well, I don't know. It depends on the satellite. You can have it all over the shop.
No, we're talking about the ISS.
Yeah, Rumpus, can I have a go at this?
Go ahead, Craig. Go ahead, Calvin.
Okay, so the IS goes around the Earth once every 90 minutes, I think. So all what they need to do is to have this thing to spin once every 90 minutes. All right.
Sure, it's in
So,
free
and once they
space,
achieve,
spinning
yeah,
around.
it's easy. Once that's achieved, they can even leave the gyros and stop whatever was moving
Oh,
it.
there are gyros. There are gyros on the ISS.
Gyros and what's called RCS or reaction control thrust. These puffs of nitrogen.
Yeah.
So
Right, but
once they have that
Okay.
rotation of
So they have
one
to
spin,
forcefully put the front of the ISS in whichever direction
let me
it's
just
headed.
something we're missing. We haven't quite something we haven't covered so far. If it did nothing, if you just had the ISS up there and it wasn't spinning, it would maintain the orientation it's got
It's
all the way along.
rigidity in space. Yeah, it would just it'd be
Right. So that's so in other
supposedly
words,
gravity locked to the Earth, but its orientation would maintain the same.
correct.
Unless, yeah, of course. So why doesn't it do that?
Because, as Crow just said, they set it spinning to the point where they don't have. So they actually is doing a very slow spin. They set it up by using those
Okay.
gyroscopes.
Okay.
Let me finish, for fuck's sake! Just let me finish.
No, Rumpus. I was commenting.
Shut up, you twat! Shut up, twat! Shut up, you twat! Shut up, you
Brenda,
twat!
calm
You
down,
interrupting twat!
Randy,
Shut up!
calm down.
Shut up,
Randy?
twat! Shut up, you twat! You interrupt all the time.
Rumpus, my goodness.
Shut up! Shut up, you moron! So as I was saying before, you interrupted me, you little
You're making my dog go crazy.
Right, so before this odious little twat interrupted me, I was explaining that as Crow said...
You interrupted him before.
No, I didn't. I was in the middle of
Yes, you
speaking.
did. When he was talking, I was counting. You interrupted him a couple of times.
I was in the middle of giving an answer, and then I was interrupted by him. Right, and I'm just going to reiterate what Crow said. You can set it up to be spinning so that it orientates itself at one rotation every 90 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, so you can set that up, or how do they do that? I know there's CSTs or certain thrusters. They say I've looked it up, but there has to be somebody controlling that, right? Are the folks on the ISS controlling that, or is it Houston? Is it Earth based? I mean, so sending a signal up for these very precise thrusts to keep the ISS in orbit and
no, that's not to keep it in orbit. Right? That's not to keep it in orbit. That's to keep its orientation correct.
Oh, really? So what keeps it in orbit?
That's what naturally happens. Though there is a little bit of drag on it, and they do have to send up fuel to push it up again. It gradually does decrease in orbit over time, and they do then have to have occasionally send up a bit more fuel to pump it up again. But that's not the same thing as the orientation issue that Crow was describing.
Okay, yeah. So, but it's all one mechanism, one.
No, it's not
idea.
One mechanism. It's several.
Sure,
no,
it's
not
one
idea.
Mechanism. Rumpus. It's
no, it's not one idea.
An interruption, was it, Rumpus?
Up there. It's freaking huge. Nobody knows how it was built, when it was built, but yet we can.
We all know how it's built.
With all these forces to keep it in and actually, if you look at the orbital path of the ISS on Google or whatever, it's perfect. I mean, just absolutely perfect. They know exactly where it's going to be at one time. Now, that takes a lot of somebody controlling it, right?
Yes.
Somebody has to be controlling it.
So, what do you think these astronauts are doing?
Are these astronauts controlling it? Or do they care? Because they could just tumble out into space at any minute if communication is lost, just like the stream is lost.
Well, it's not going to tumble out into space. It doesn't require second-to-second control. As Crow said, once you get the rotation going, then it will largely. I mean, obviously, you still have to do corrections from time to time, but it's not in the danger of tumbling out into space.
How does it keep its velocity?
Yeah, and how can they grow lettuce and control the direction of the ISS at the same time?
Twat. Because you don't understand what orbits are. You don't have to do anything if you're not being affected by the atmosphere, which actually it is to a small degree. It will just orbit like the moon does. It doesn't need it doesn't need anybody to fiddle with it. It just orbits. And that's what
is the moon moving closer to the Earth or further away? Which one?
Slightly further away.
Okay, what's the ISS doing?
Well, it's because of drag. It's very slightly descending all the time.
Okay. And who controls?
So why are they opposite?
What's your obsession with controlling it? The astronauts and the Houston or whatever are in constant dialogue, and presumably Houston saying, you're going to need to do another fire or something."
How would an astronaut know any information of where they are at all?
They're being
stars,
constantly ignored.
based upon
stars,
ground
satellites.
measurement or something.
Go ahead, Craig.
Yeah, there's stars and satellites. They have
So
I think
okay, so
some
sorry,
kind of
Pro, go ahead.
devices that is used to. Yeah, they have some kind of devices that track certain stars.
But they don't use it.
in
I
order
bet
to know
Houston,
their
I bet Houston know
orientation.
exactly where they
Now
are.
my
They tell
question to
them.
Crow, if Rumpus doesn't interrupt me, would be: so
Twat.
the astronauts have to locate these stars, moving at 17,000
No,
miles
they
an hour,
don't.
rotating the Earth once in 90 minutes. They have to locate these stars, send that information back to Houston, so that a trajectory change could be made that just is so perfect, right?
Houston knows. I suspect they don't do that. That's a backup system. I suspect that.
Okay, so Crow's
Kyle
wrong.
is
Yes,
trying to do.
Crow's you're calling Crow
I think
wrong.
I think these. No, the point is these things are most probably done automatically without
Yeah.
human
Automatically?
interruption.
What do you mean? What do you mean? There's
Like
a
Yeah,
like
how would the
autopilot.
computer know?
an autopilot.
Yes.
Okay.
Right, let's
That's how it's done.
Right, there you go. There we go, Professor. It says, let me just
Autopilot
describe it. Let me just
ISS.
describe it. Here we go. It's very simple. The ground-based system knows exactly where the IS is because it's got all sorts of radars and communication. Just it can track it basically, so it knows exactly where it is. And I suspect they do the calculation down on the base, and they say to the computer up in the thing, yeah, you're going to need to do a little rotation or something like this, or possibly power up to do it. And as Professor Phil's just said, that's it. It's all automated. So yeah. Why do you think that's difficult?
Okay, so
you've got automatic cars and go on roads, which is a
oh
much
my
more
god, yeah,
tricky thing to
land-based,
do.
cool, yeah, for like 1 mile. Awesome. Now, Rumpus, I'm a twat, so you can't use that. You
You are
can't
a
use
twat,
that
yes, you are a
anymore. You
twat,
can't
yeah, you
use
are.
that anymore.
Oh, I
call
can. You are a
myself
twat.
You can't use that.
You're an
anymore.
interrupting
Okay.
moron.
I'm a twat. I'm a twat. Now,
Yeah.
this information about trajectory changes. Do the astronauts do that, or is it controlled by Houston? Who fires those CSTs or LSTs or whatever they are?
Well, I mean, Prof.
Who
Phil
fires
will
those?
probably. I suspect it's automated as Prof.
It's
Phil-
automated.
There we go.
It's all automated. Human
There we
beings
go.
do not have to touch it. Software already works out where it needs to be, and any slight change to it will be detected and made corrections for. There's have tiny thrusters.
What do you mean
will just
slight
come on
change? How
automatically.
would Houston know a slight change? They've got this bubble around the ISS. They know exactly where it is, Earth based. But yet when you watch the live stream of the ISS, the video playing, it goes out of communication
Wait.
once every 5 minutes.
Just wait and I'll tell
We
you.
lose comm.
Can-
Comm's gone.
Can we just get back to Rumpus? Because he doesn't need a white knight from Professor Phil Bell.
I don't know whether, and I'm asking.
No, he's a professional. This
Yeah,
is
I
his
would-
work.
Yeah. So, Prof, where is the calculation done? Is it stuff on the ground stuff that decides what needs to be done in the ISS, or is it in the
It's
ISS?
radios. It's Rumpus. It's radio signals that are sent backwards and forwards all the time.
Of course.
Accurately pinpointing the slightest change. So there's some panels on the ISS that are oriented in a certain way, and if they go out of orientation, because you can tell that by the radio signals that
Where
that are
are
pinging
these
it.
receivers?
You
that are
interrupted
pinging
him.
it.
He was
Where are these
explaining, Face.
receivers
Shut
now?
up, Face.
That are
Phil was in the
pinging it.
process of explaining it to you. Shut up. Go ahead, Phil.
So basically, they have panels on the ISS that are specially there, like retroreflectors, that are especially there, so that they can ping the radio signals.
Cool.
And if the radio signals move,
How many seconds is that ping?
Stop
Let's say.
interrupting him.
I don't know the amount of seconds, but I'm telling you that's how it's
He's
done.
talking
and that's how we do it on
bullshit.
satellites.
Oh, I thought you launched satellites, bro. I thought you were a satellite
Yes,
launcher.
but not the
guys are
ISS.
complete
I
twats.
don't have anything to do with the ISS.
Right, could I ask a question? I'm just wondering, is there any footage of the initial building of the ISS in space that we could have a look at?
No.
Yes, there are some bits of footage. Yes.
Would you be able to send me some links for them so that I could have a look?
Let's
Cool.
go check those out.
So, Phil, one thing you didn't quite finish answering is the calculation about what the ISS will do. Is that decision made on the ground base, or is it actually made in the ISS?
Okay, so it's made by a computer and it's made on the ground.
Right, I thought as much. Right, okay, that's what I said.
And so there's a huge computer in the ISS that receives the radio reflections and and fires thrusters based upon the fore and aft of the whole machine, just to
Yep.
make sure that it maintains orientation with cupola to the ground, to the earth, so we can get these awesome images of the earth,
Yes.
right? And it does this every single millisecond, or what?
Whatever the time takes for the radio signal to go backwards and forwards, it's always tested. Every single ping is tested. Put it that way. Every single
That's
ping
fine.
is sampled.
Okay, I agree with pings being tested. That's fine. How long does a ping
I don't know.
take
To
to
the
get
ISS,
from
you can
Houston to
calculate
the
it.
ISS? And how do they do
Just
it
have
when the
how far the
ISS? How does
ISS is.
Houston do it?
Divide that
How does
by
Houston do it
3.0 by 10
when
to
the
the
ISS
10 to
is
the
on the
8.
backside of the alleged globe, right? How does Houston? Do they have all these? Does Houston have like little Houstons all around the globe, everywhere, to relay this information in light speed to keep that unit up there in perfect trajectory? Now you're gonna say yes, but we're
So
gonna sit here and smile.
so whenever it becomes whenever the ISS is in range of a station that's responsible for looking after it. For instance, one in Australia, it will ping back the required information, and these stations are all in contact with each other.
What will ping back?
So, in other words, the radio signals that go backwards and forwards from the ISS itself.
They'll be relayed. He's trying to tell you they're relayed from various stations around the world back to NASA, so they can then make the calculation. The computer can do its stuff and then send the signal back via the relay station up to the ISS, and then it goes bang and does its stuff. The computer up there then goes bang and does its stuff. It's very simple.
So are these signals? Signals from
you're a
Australia to
fantastic.
Houston? Are they sent via satellite or ground cable? Or
Good little
there's got to be a
teacher's
time
pet.
delay here.
Pat him on the head.
Think
We have satellites that do the relays.
We're
This
working
is
with
where satellites come in.
milliseconds. We're working with milliseconds for folks' lives who are
You don't need to do it in
orbiting the globe
milliseconds.
in this unit.
Face, it wouldn't matter.
Just look at a submarine.
It wouldn't matter if it
the
had
way they
a
act on a
whole
submarine.
It wouldn't matter if it was 10 minutes late.
Or 90 minutes late.
Yeah, 90 minutes late. Because the orbit's not going to do.
Oh,
The orbit
my
does not
goodness.
change. The orbit does not change dramatically over a period of 90 minutes.
It's
You seem to think it's balanced. You seem to think that the ISS is somehow balanced, like a balanced pencil. Hold on. You seem to think that the ISS is like a balanced pencil where someone's having to keep
Don't
on.
tell him what he
It
seems
naturally,
to think.
I am, because he's a moron. I can tell what he's thinking.
It's okay, Paige.
And if you just
can't.
leave it in orbit, it'll do what the moon does and just get on do its thing. If it happens a slight error in the orbit comes on, then be quiet. Be quiet. Be quiet. So it could take 90 minutes. It could delay for 90 minutes, and that would be perfectly within the window.
90 minutes is
Be
one
quiet.
location.
Be quiet, you moron. Be quiet,
Oh,
you
Rumpus,
moron.
please stop
Be
yelling.
quiet,
Oh,
you
my goodness.
morons. Be quiet, you morons. It
Rumpus,
wouldn't
that
matter.
makes an
It
awful
wouldn't matter,
sound.
morons. It wouldn't matter, morons, if it was 90
Oh,
minutes
God,
or
that's like
even
nails down a
180.
chalkboard.
90
Exactly.
minutes with no correction of
I wish
trajectory.
Rumpus would at least just keep the volume down a bit.
The change is so
So it's
minor,
like
it would
shooting
not
off into the
matter
moon.
over a short amount of time, like 90 minutes. Okay, the correction, it's so small.
How long
Gosh,
does
it's
it
not
take
that
for
hard.
the ISS to orbit the Earth? How long?
It takes 90 minutes.
Okay, so with no corrections in 90 minutes, and it's supposedly following this curve to maintain orientation and trajectory and the safety of the heroes involved, you're saying that it can go an hour and a half with no information transferred back and forth from the Earth, and it'll just stay.
Yeah,
be cool.
gravity's magic.
Yeah, there's what would change it? What do you think would change it?
Well, gravity in your case, right?
No, but the point about being in orbit is that it's got this perfect balance between gravity
Phil,
and
like
centrifugal
Glenn was
force.
saying, like Glenn was
it's a
saying
perfect
before with the
balance, then-
Cavendish, they even light, different coloured light would make the little wind vane thing move. So how could it, if you've got things like just light being able to move metal objects, then you would have to keep it constantly updated.
No, you don't. you don't. I know you think that, and I know you'd like to believe that, Paige, but it doesn't happen. It's actually pretty
No, I wouldn't
steady.
like to believe it. I'm just saying what Gleam said before
No,
was
he's
that they
wrong.
showed.
He's wrong. Why don't you just listen to someone who knows?
Professor Phil, hold on, Paige. Hold on, Paige. I'm going to explain your point. I'm explaining your point. Just because, Professor Phil, I think what Gleam was trying to say is something like the light sail. You know, the light sail that can gain. Yeah. But what kind of surface and what's the amount of speed that we're going to gain because of the sun on the International Space Station?
Well, you can calculate that.
I don't know.
E is equal to momentum over the speed of light.
So
You can
there is
actually
something
you can
you
actually,
need to calculate.
Of course,
Well, then
photons
you would
have
need
momentum.
to keep that updated.
Yeah,
It's
he's
so
a mathematician. He's not a physicist. This guy does.
It's tiny in absolute.
And Paige,
in
you can keep going
years.
after I'm done cutting you off. Phil.
Oh, you're all right.
Does the ISS use gyroscopes to maintain orientation to the Earth? Not trajectory, but just orientation.
I don't know that.
Yes.
It's not my the ISS is not my expertise. I'm just telling you that from the perspective of what satellites do.
Do satellites use internal gyroscopes to maintain orientation so they're pointed, even geostationary, so they're pointed at the Earth?
No, they don't need to.
What do they use then? What? Whoa. So you're saying that? So you're saying that anything up in space will always point, if there's a down, it'll point directly down to Earth if it's launched in that orientation. It'll always point down and it'll just follow around there. It won't just maintain its orientation as it goes around this ball. Well, what's bringing the front end of the satellite down?
When you orient the satellite, there's absolutely no reason for it to change its orientation. There's
How
no
do you
drag,
orient the satellite?
There's very little drag, if you like. And when it does change its orientation, you can change that.
How do you orient the satellite? I saw SpaceX just shooting them out like little puppies. A couple videos, they just pop them out. Creates the orientation.
So you orient it. It's got gas thrusters on it.
Mm-hmm. A satellite has gas thrusters.
Gas thrusters. It's got gas thrusters so that you can choose which direction that you want it to move in.
Who can choose?
The people who are monitoring it.
Why does it sound like you're bullshitting, Phil?
Because he is.
Okay. Stay in your ignorance.
Yeah, he sounds like he's just not quite sure about what he's...
Well, we're also giving him orbit. Like if we really wanted to be dicks, we can be like, prove something falls. And because you're saying it's falling. If you describe what an orbit is, it's floating, right? It's not changing the... Okay, hold on. Okay, so do you decrease... So let me ask you a couple questions here, Phil.
Oh, sorry. Right the hand real quick. Paige, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we got to keep these guys on point. The man right now, right the hand is on.
Yeah, let me
no,
Phil,
you're fine, Dale. I'm in the middle of playing a game, so it's all good.
Phil, if I said falling, would that mean decreasing the distance between the object and the floor?
Technically, no.
Oh, okay, so now, so I can fall, but not decrease my distance to the ground. So what is the difference between falling and floating then?
Okay, so just imagine that.
No, don't imagine. I don't want to imagine anything. Tell me the difference.
That's the difference.
We're not using imagination right now, Phil. We're using our words, and we're going to describe physically the difference. Because you're a physicist, so use your physics words to just.
If the object.
No if. This is not an if. This is a description. You're telling me what, so we don't start with an if. Okay.
Don't worry about it. I've got better things.
Yeah.
He
can't don't worry about it.
He can.
Believe what you
He
want.
can only explain it with imagination or with
Phil, if I was to tell you what falling is, listen. No, but listen. No, listen. Okay, so then shut up. Then shut up and I'll explain it. If I was going to explain what falling was, I wouldn't go, well, if, because that's not a definition. So I would say falling is. Now, you're a retard, so you start your definitions with if. So can you, I'll ask you again, can you try and define the difference between falling and floating without an if statement? Or is that impossible for you?
Objects in space that are orbiting are not floating.
Okay, but that's not what I asked. Now, we're trying to get the definition of what falling and floating is. So don't tell me about space. Tell me about falling and floating. What is the definition of falling without an if? And what is the definition of floating without an if?
Well, if you're falling in an orbit.
Oh, no, we're defining falling before we get to orbit.
No if.
Yeah.
Is that too hard?
Go on.
It's too hard.
Bugger off.
Bye-bye, Phil. Bye-bye. This is why you're not a physicist. This is why you're not a physicist. I'm a physicist. You're not. Because you can't describe physically.
I'd like to say something regarding your free fall.
I can describe it to you, and I was hoping to give you a little bit of...
You can't describe anything without if. Your entire thing starts with if.
Your ego gets... You know why? Let me tell you something.
Yeah, now he's got to talk about me because I proved you can't tell me the difference. You're not a physicist, Phil. Phil, just shut up. You're not a physicist. You can't use physics words to describe things between falling and floating.
Now.
Phil, come on. Wah, Phil. No, he's not simplifying it. No.
An actual explanation. No if.
I tried to give him an explanation, but he's
No, you said if.
In the front of
want
everything.
a definition.
I don't care if you want to remain
because
ignorant.
You're stupid.
Go ahead.
You're remaining ignorant. You can't define falling and floating because you need them to be the same thing and turn it into orbit. Okay, so how about this?
Okay?
Phil, without
if,
because you can't. Because you can't. So here, shut up and listen, and I'll describe it. Okay, so stop talking. Then stop talking.
Okay.
So I got it. I'll describe it.
Phil,
okay, good. We don't care. Falling
Right hand. Why do you
Hold on, Crow.
You had a chance.
Look at Phil. Phil has to defend his religion. Listen to him. I got him triggered. Phil, just leave and shut up. So the difference when he's going to tell you orbits, he's good. First, we have to. Okay, so shut up.
Asking me a question.
Okay, well, I'm not talking to you. So shut up.
Great.
And why did you hear him out?
So the idea that
will actually explain.
Yeah, falling is decrease. This is why I asked Phil: is falling decreasing the distance to the floor? Because he is going to try and tell me that the ISS or all orbits are falling, yet they're not decreasing the distance to the floor. And I'm going, isn't that the defining fucking characteristic of what falling is? No. You guys try to hide behind your little word shield and go, wait, before we define empirically what falling is, I'm going to default to orbits and if statements and outer spaces because I need that verbal leeway to make something fall without it decreasing the distance to the floor. And I'm smarter than that, Phil. You're not going to catch me with your stupid little
bullshit. There's a difference between falling and being in orbit, right, the hand.
If you were smart, then you'd understand.
Don't understand. I would understand your...
It's not that we don't understand.
I'd understand your explanation if you gave it to me. Give me your explanation
Paige,
so I can understand it.
Paige, you don't
Explain
have to be
falling.
orbit cult, okay?
I can't hear you. You're so low.
So without personal attack, explain falling, explain floating. Okay.
Sorry, Phil. I'm not. I honestly can't hear you. I'm sorry. Orbital mechanics. That's all I heard.
I said orbital mechanics is a thing. You don't have to be in this cult, okay?
Okay. So if it's a thing, then describe what falling is,
darling. Yeah, I'm sure you do.
How about you define falling and then define floating, and then we'll get to orbit. How about you do that?
I'm not talking to you.
So you assume?
Oh yeah, because you can, no, yeah. They here. If any other baller wants to try, baby Obama, Crow S. If you satellites your specialty, Crow. Define falling. Define floating. Give me what your definition is, or you're going to pull a Dr. Phil and run away.
For me, I don't like to use the term free fall for satellites.
Doesn't matter what you like.
Unfortunately, that's what the mainstream science, but I understand where they're going to. For me, I like to say these the centrifugal force against the gravity, and that's it.
Exactly.
Professor Phil was trying to explain
why the centrifugal force balanced with
the gravity.
Correct.
Okay, hold on. But first, he never said. Okay, but here's the problem. He didn't use the term centrifugal force. He said the ISS is falling. So when he said the word, the ISS is falling, right? Now we're going to go, what is falling? Right? Now, falling is defined as decreasing the distance between the object and the ground. Now, you're saying it's not doing that. So I'm saying when Dr. Phil says that the orbits are falling, I'm saying you're using an incorrect terminology. So we need to use a new word to accurately describe what this thing is doing. Now, I'm going to say floating, right, is not changing the distance to the object in the ground. Now, you're going to say, yes, that's what the satellite is doing. I'm saying, okay, so the satellite is floating. It's not falling.
Floating implies that it's not moving, okay? The satellite is moving.
Okay, so then it's flying. So flying would be moving forward without decreasing your distance to the floor. This is why we have words with clear definitions, so we can define what things are doing.
As long as you're not crashing, that's what flying is.
Okay, so what is powering the ISS then to keep it flying? Let me know.
It's in orbit. In other words, it's power. It's the difference between. It's the difference between centrifugal force, the balance between centrifugal force and gravity.
Okay.
That's what
the problem with that statement though is centrifugal force.
And of course, it's going fast enough to maintain that so that it does not come back to Earth. If it wasn't fast enough, it would. If it wasn't fast enough, it would fall back to the ground.
What maintains that astronomical speed?
There's nothing there to stop it from going that fast.
Oh, really? Okay.
So it's in nothing?
The drag is minimal, in other words.
So what is the medium? What is surrounding the satellite? What's the medium it's in?
It's in space, so there's nothing there.
No, okay, I'm not.
There's some molecules of gas.
But what is between the molecules of gas? Nothing?
Phil, hey, right the hand.
Okay, so it's
nothing. Actually explaining perpetual motion to us. You know,
bro, it kind of sounds like that.
Whoa!
It can't be perpetual because there is some drag.
Okay,
because
what kind
there's
of
some drag, you can't call it perpetual.
What kind of drag? How much drag? How do they know that? How do you know that? How do they account for that?
Is it uniform? Does it change?
Exactly. Is it uniform?
Pretty much, yes.
And they even use the solar panel orientation to make more drag if they want to reduce the orbit altitude.
Okay, wait, hold on. You're telling me that in space there's about 3 atoms per cubic feet or cubic meter of air, but those 3 atoms will hit the solar panel and have enough force to keep this damn thing. Come on, bro. This is ridiculous.
Number, bring citation, because I've just read it
That's not what it said.
That's wrong.
Absolutely not what it said.
You
tell me. Didn't say anything like that at all.
How many atoms per cubic mile are
just a waste?
For cubic meters around the altitude,
if it's in nothing,
few millions or few tens of thousands. That's what I remember. I'm not sure, but it's not
10,000, bro. That's not even visible. That's smaller than a pinhead.
Oh my!
So you're saying a pinhead worth? A pinhead worth? Hold on, George. I was talking. George, I was talking. You can wait your turn. So a pinhead worth of atoms hitting against a solar panel that is like half a football field. Do you think that's really going to have any kind of measurable impact or change?
Yeah. It's a pinhead every rotation, by the way, right there. You know, a pinhead every rotation.
Yeah, every 90 minutes. They
yeah.
Trying to tell you guys that in deep space, where the vacuum of space is 10 to the minus 17th torr, you're looking at about 300,000 molecules per cubic meter.
What book are you reading?
Yeah, that's not a lot, bro.
Can I get that book? Are you reading a book? I need to get to that page real quick.
No, hold on. There's a more important point than this, because why the doctor came with a big information, 3 atoms per cubic meter, and it turns out totally wrong, even for mainstream science.
300,000 atoms per cubic yard. That's nothing. So what you're telling me?
3 atoms per cubic meter.
Right the hand. Let's fuck them up a little bit. Right the hand. Let's F them up a little bit. Are atoms empty space basically? Or atoms, are they solid things?
They're not solid.
Oh.
Are they a liquid? Is it a liquid? What state of matter is an atom in?
Stupid question.
Oh, it's a stupid. Well,
Why
so you
is
can't
it?
answer it.
No, Crow just said
stupid.
there's like atoms hitting this thing in space, and I want to know what are atoms, right? Are they empty space? Are they solid? Right-hand acid. Are they
They'll be
liquids?
they're mostly empty
What is it?
space. Yes. Mostly
Okay,
empty
cool. So basically, no resistance.
No, they have mass.
How much mass? Oh, geez, here we go.
Well, which atom are you talking about?
I don't
I'll
want to
tell you how much
open
mass
that
it
can of
has.
worms. No. Let's stick on point.
Yeah, you're
Stick
gonna
on
calculations. You're gonna get into.
No
Which
calculations.
which
Let's stay on
atom are you
point.
talking
I don't
about?
want to hear you guys read from textbooks today when you talk about atoms.
We don't need to. We can actually do empirical tests to prove what the mass of an atom is.
Oh, thank you. What citation is that from? What textbook?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, Alan.
You can use
Alan.
comparable
Alan.
Got about
to calculate the
I've got
mass
about
of an atom.
7
Alan.
chemistry
Alan,
textbooks
can you
right
hear me?
here.
It
Voice
doesn't
check.
sound like it's a paper you wrote, Phil. It
Yes,
doesn't sound
Sally
like a
B.
paper you wrote.
Can hear.
Oh, right. Just for Aaron, just to answer this question about how many atoms on a pinhead, it's 5 million. Just in case you wanted to know.
Thanks, Al.
I need
So it wasn't even close to a
change the
pinhead
subject
hitting
to
these.
something that he was talking about. This is for Paige.
Yes.
Paige.
Yes.
So now, guys, here's the issue, though. We're kind of proving their point, saying there is
Hello?
no
Does
resistance.
anyone hear me?
So if we
Yeah.
send, yes,
Did you
we
hear
can
me
you,
say
Crow.
yes?
We can hear you. I can.
Yeah, hold on, one at a time. One at a time. Just don't keep coming in and say, "Can you hear me?" when someone's speaking.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're talking on Skype before we come here about that flight from supposedly Bali in Indonesia to Los Angeles, but those guys are really liars, because this is the only video that he shows, the only video that says Bali, while the actual incident happened from Taipei, Taiwan, and that makes the path of the flight on a globe 1,500 kilometers to Anchorage or 3,000 kilometers to Hawaii. Thank you. You're listening to a liar's page.
No, Paige is not wrong.
Oh, and by the way, the ISS.
She was just
the ISS.
She's not wrong. I'm just saying she's listening
she was
to
just
liars.
putting that into the Great Circle, or actually the Great Circle route, where even the flat Earth map, though, from Taipei, Taiwan, to California is a straight line, and you do cut over the archipelago of Alaska. You do. It's a straight line. So.
Okay, I've got a question for you.
Done it.
Well, I got a question for you. I got a question for you guys. Do you know that today that it was announced that scientists now believe that the moon is 85 million years younger than previously thought? Who'd have thunk?
What?
Who'd have thunk?
85 million. How'd they get that number?
Well,
Yeah, they asked it.
It's not gone through puberty yet.
That's why it has
Okay.
the acne.
Just so that you guys know, to answer the question about to answer the question about the
Answer this
density of
question.
air molecules at the ISS, I just looked it up. The ISS is in a pressure of the atmosphere of 10 to the minus 9th torr. The 300,000 molecules per cubic meter I gave you was for 10 to the minus 17th torr. So that means then around the ISS, you're looking at 30 trillion molecules per cubic
There you
meter.
go.
Thanks for your opinion, George. Can you give us the citation or the quote, the website you looked that up on, just so I can
Did
check
not
it out?
find a website. It's using
George?
PV equals NRT, the gas law, to get how much molecules you have for a
Yes.
given pressure.
I-
And that I
Thank you,
calculated
George.
at
No.
10 to the
have to
minus
understand.
You looked it
94
up. You said
to
you
give
looked
you
it up.
7.
I mean, do you have a book or a reference that you knew
You
that?
don't need to. It's known. It's well known. It's called the gas law.
PV equals NRT.
Okay.
George, can
How far
I
does
just
that
ask
extend?
you?
Any chemistry
How
or
far does
physics book.
how far does NBVRT extend? How far does it go?
You mean how far? It's for any amount of gases that you have anywhere in the universe.
In the universe, and
It's called the gas law.
and yeah, the gas law has been to every corner of the universe to verify this, to
Oh my God.
To really? Come on, George.
Doesn't matter.
George,
It's just
can I just ask you,
they say
would
stupid
would
things, you know, instead
the
of learning.
pressure
Go ahead,
would the
Paige.
pressure? Sorry, I can't remember who it was, but somebody on your side was when I suggested that space would be the same, would do the same sort of things to a piece of technology as what would happen underwater, like, you know, the pressure, that would be
That's
the
different.
sort of
I
the
mean,
same.
gas pressure is not the same as what you find in water. Water, you're not dealing with gases, you're dealing with liquids. So PV equals
Yeah.
nRT, or the gas law does not hold in water.
Yes.
So
Exactly.
what's the effect you would expect to see on something like can you explain sort of what the difference would be to something underwater compared to out in space? If pressure is pressure, like,
Well, the effect
I'm
is the
finding it
same.
hard to understand the difference.
No, the effects are the same on with
Oh.
that pressure has on objects. It's just that the pressure in water, like in the oceans and stuff, is much greater than what you
Greater,
find in the atmosphere. Or,
but it would essentially do the same thing, wouldn't it? Like you could crush something with the pressure of space, just like you could crush. Okay, good, because he was trying to tell me no.
But
That's
but
not
nothing's gonna,
right.
But you're not going to crush things in space because you have a positive pressure inside the space vehicles, which is greater
Yes.
than the outside.
Yes.
If anything, it would blow outward.
Blow
not
out.
crush
Yeah.
in.
Yeah, I was getting confused because he was trying to say to me that because it was just the difference between 14.7 psi or whatever on Earth to space, that's the only difference. There's only this minute little 14 psi difference.
Yeah, I mean, I think I know where
but I was
you're
trying to say,
this.
but that's still
Thing
going to
is,
cause
pressure
the
maximum pressure differential that you're going to have on board a spacecraft that's been pressurized to atmospheric pressure, the pressure differential between that and space is just 1 atmosphere. It's not that great. It's not going to blow
George,
out.
can you pick up?
could
Can
take
you pick up?
you could
George?
take a water bottle into space and it's not going to blow out because of the pressure differential.
Exactly.
Whereas if you
It's
take it
tiny.
down to the
Right.
bottom of the
Okay,
ocean,
I'd love to see
Oh,
that.
okay, come on.
crushed.
You put a
Hey,
water
George,
bottle in
can
a
you pick up
vacuum and it blows
13
up.
pounds? Hey, George, can you pick up 13 pounds?
Yeah, I was
with your
just about to
pinky
say, what if
finger?
you take the...
Can you do that, George, for me? Pick up 13 pounds with
I
your
didn't
pinky
hear the
finger?
question.
Can you pick up 13 pounds with your pinky finger? Do you think you could do
13
that? I've
pounds
never
is
tried.
not the same as 13 psi. What pressure
Yes, it
is
is.
it's
Pounds
a
per
no,
square
it's
inch.
not.
Yes, it
Pressure
is.
is Hall forces distributed over an area. If you want to
Sure.
get the total force of pounds, you
So
have to take the
actually,
pressure
plugging
times
the
the
ISS,
area.
plugging the ISS with my pinky finger would be less square, volume.
He's
The
got
amount
he's
of
got a
force
child's
on your
view of it.
pinky
Greater,
finger.
but yeah, I can plug the ISS with my pinky. Right?
God. Yes,
The
of course you
ISS not
can,
floating.
because the pressure differential is not very much.
George, let me ask, can I calculate something I can't measure? Like I could calculate the weight of a dragon, right? But I could never measure his weight. Do you agree with that statement?
We've been that's stupid.
If you
Well,
had a
just
dragon, you could.
Well, are dragons real?
No, you
Are
would
dragons real, George?
calculate it even without a dragon.
That's what I'm asking. So, can I calculate something that?
I don't.
Yes,
what
if you
your
know the
question
circumference,
is.
you can
Okay,
calculate
hold
the
on.
radius.
I don't, Phil. I don't need you white knighting for George. I'm just asking you. Is there a difference between a calculation and an empirical measurement?
We've gone down this road before.
Oh yeah, no.
Quite the
Oh,
hand.
so you don't want to
I
answer?
have
So you don't want to
no
answer?
interest
Are you
in
running away,
questions.
George?
I'm a new.
Are you running
No,
away?
because your questions
I-
are always so ridiculous.
So you don't want to?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
because
George,
oh,
George, George, listen, George, right the hand. Listen, I'm a new audience, so I have never heard right the hand ask you this question, George. I'm a new
I
audience.
don't care. Just go back to some of the discussions.
No. He's interested, George. He wants to learn. Teach him about the difference. Yeah, you're the teacher, George. Yeah, here. What's the difference?
I think it's a very good question. Yeah, I'm
that he can't even be called a moron.
No.
I would like to know. I would just like to know, George. You know.
Who is
I can answer, George. I can answer it if you can't, George. Here, I'll answer it for you, Faith. So the difference between a calculation. Okay, I'll answer. The difference between a calculation is that is an imaginary process of numbers that happens inside your head, which you can apply to any imaginary substance, like space 30,000 miles above your head. Now, an empirical measurement would be the physical measurement of a physical object, right? A standardized unit of measurement, such as a pound, a gram, an ounce, and then comparing that to another object, right? That's an empirical measurement. What he's talking about is fairy tale calculations, which you can calculate how long it takes Freddy Krueger to enter a dream, right? And that's not a real thing, but you can calculate it.
Right,
you know, if it takes the average person 60 seconds to fall asleep.
He's calculating the radius from the circumference of imaginary.
Right the hand. Sorry, Carlos. Excuse me. Right the hand. Can I put a unicorn on an empirical scale? You know, with weights, pounds, ounces. Can I put a unicorn on there?
Oh, no, you can't measure. You can't measure a unicorn. You can only. You can calculate it.
Can I write down how much a unicorn weighs? Can I write down how much a unicorn weighs? Right the hand.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
How do you measure directly velocity? How would you measure the velocity of an object directly?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you how to do that. So you would measure the.
I'm asking phase one.
Well, don't worry.
How would you measure the velocity of an object?
I'll concede the answer over right the hand.
Okay, so thank you. So George, it's okay, George. George, why are you upset? I'll show you. Here, like this. So you would directly measure the distance that the object traveled. Then you would use another direct measurement, which you're going to say is time, but it's not. It's actually the motion. So when you have time, you only have the back and forth motion of an object and how many times that motion happens. Like the oscillation of your cesium atom is still a back and forth of a physical object. So to find the velocity or speed of an object, you would empirically measure the distance and then empirically use some kind of standardized unit of motion back and forth and then combine those two into what you would consider speed or velocity.
What a lot of
that's a calculation. You measure.
No.
George,
no,
you got him.
You said to combine. That's a calculation.
No. I have two empirical measurements. Okay, I have the empirical. Yeah, you don't have okay. So okay,
and you have a time measurement. You have to ratio the two to get velocity.
So show
that's
me
a combination of making a calculation.
Show me your empirical measurement of the distance the ISS traveled. Show me where you measure that and you didn't calculate it.
No, I'm saying you just admitted that you have to make.
No. I never said that. No, I never. George,
you cannot
listen.
measure velocity directly. There isn't any instrument that can give you velocity directly. It's always reverts back to a calculation calibrated in terms of a calculation.
It's not. It is not a calculation. It is a comparative term. Listen, it is a comparative. It's a comparison between two. George, shut up and listen, George. Okay, hold on, George. Look, if I'm talking, you have to stop talking. Okay, but why can't you stop talking?
George, I'd like to hear
you can't stop talking.
Please.
George, come on, you're acting retarded. I'm trying.
You've got an ego problem, mate.
And okay, Phil, now you're chiming in. Why do you have to help him?
Come on, let's
I don't interrupt you guys.
Let's just do one at a time, and let's just get this line of questioning done, please, instead of just changing the subject. Right.
Yeah, let me just explain the empirical how speed is a comparison. Okay, so you're taking the distance traveled and you're comparing it to the amount of motion or time. That's your comparison. Okay, so the less time or motion, the different the comparison. A calculation is nothing. You're not comparing anything. You have nothing to compare against itself. Okay, you just have things in your head. You're just doing things in your head. That's the difference. If you can't understand that, hey man, keep going on believing what you believe.
So how do you work out the radius from the circumference?
So you would measure the circumference, and then guess what word I'm going to use, Phil? Compare it. You would compare the line that you would call the radius to the circumference. You are comparing two empirical measurements.
And when you
this is called physics, Phil. Didn't you learn this in physics class?
In order to get the figure, in order to work out the precise figure, what would you do with it? With those?
You would. Okay, working out figures is not physics.
You
We're not
would
worried about that. We're not worried about. No, okay. If you want to do, hold on. Let me finish. If you want to do math,
working out a figure, you're getting the figure.
Physics, the field of physics is all about empirical measurements. Now, if you want to start doing calculations based on those measurements, great. 1,000 miles an hour and 50 feet, give me a speed. That's calculation. Physics doesn't give a shit about that. Physics wants the actual thing that's happening, okay? So I'll give you the distance, and I'll give you the time, and if you want to go fucking plug those into a calculator, be my guest. But I'm comparing the speed and the distance, and I'm comparing the physical length of the circumference to the physical length of the radius. These are comparisons, physical, empirical. You do la land bullshit.
Yeah, you should talk to Lemonbird. The two of you would get on really fine.
Could I just address
nice
George?
personal attack. Nice personal attack there, George.
That's personal. Lemonbird. That's personal.
Just tell me
could
how
I just
stupid
address
I am.
George?
Yes, tell me how dumb I am. So I never
Let
respond.
me address.
Can I be
Wait a minute, Crow.
kind enough
Wait a
and
minute.
give us an example of calculation that is
Whoa,
not valid?
someone not hear me, no? I
Is
just want
somebody
to address
zipping?
George.
Who's doing the zip noise? Is that just my phone?
Alibi.
Okay.
I just said,
yeah.
Making a comparison, you're
Is that
implying
better?
you're taking a ratio,
Hello?
and a ratio is a calculation.
Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, George is right. I mean,
That's better.
George
All right,
is right.
listen, George, I've just got to remind you that there is actually a machine that can record direct velocity. It's called a speedometer, and you usually get them in vehicles. So,
Yes, but
I
that's
was
not a
gonna
direct
say
measurement.
that.
How does a speedometer work? A
Or
speedometer
a
is tied to the wheel axle that spins, and through a gearing system,
or a radar.
George, shut up.
what the speed is.
Which
You
also
compare.
registers. It registers on the
A
odometer.
speedometer
Right?
has
The
been
speedometer and the odometer,
calibrated
just like right
through
there.
the gearing mechanism. The mechanics of the gearing mechanism is making
Yeah,
the
but it's
calculation
still an instrument, dude. It's still an instrument.
Yeah,
and you
that's a
said there was
physical
one.
measurement.
And another one,
Making a
Professor
direct
Bill.
measurement.
Professor Phil Belland, can I ask you a question? How many colours are in the spectrum? How many colours are in the spectrum?
You can first apologize for that nonsense, and then
What, for calling you Professor Phil Belland? Because you're a big bellend.
Yeah, you're an idiot. See,
Yeah, I
you
might
would have
be,
probably learned something.
but
You
dude, how many colours are in a spectrum?
For your shit personality,
How many
you would have learned
colours?
something.
You
it's
went on.
always
You
about
went.
the
Wait a
person,
minute.
not about the argument.
You went on the other day. You went on the show the other day
ask
and
somebody
started.
else.
You went on a show.
Parents not teach you manners?
You went on a show
What
the other
happened
day
to
and
your
started ripping into someone and giving them a lecture on spectroscopy.
Answer the
And you said
question,
there was
Phil.
seven. You said there was 7 colours in the spectrum, which is completely wrong. There was only 6, but you had the audacity to go into a hangout and trying to, with your huge ego, and try to lecture someone on what spectroscopy was, and we're calling them an idiot. And then you said they had 7 colours, which he doesn't.
Phil's pretty sensitive. Yeah, he's
so you know nothing. He knows nothing. Anyway, I'm out here. That's all. I just wanted to get out.
Alibi, you're awesome.
Yeah, go and learn some manners.
Yeah, Phil, don't be so sensitive.
You go learn some physics, mate, because you're certainly, as right hand says, you're a mathematician. You're not a fucking physicist, you prick.
Don't be emotional.
Yeah, he is a mathematician.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Don't be
idiot.
emotional, Phil. Just answer the question. Come on.
I'm not answering any more questions. Go to hell, stupid idiots.
Aw, that's an emotional response.
Oh, sorry,
Whatever.
Phil. We didn't mean to upset you.
Oh, yeah, whatever. You're just idiots.
What's really wrong with
Anyway,
it's easier
carry
to
on.
call
It's
us idiots, isn't it, Phil?
It's kind of entertaining listening to the silliness that's over there. So carry on without me. I'll just listen.
Yeah, it's entertaining when you get asked a question and you can't answer it.
I have an example of measurement and calculations. Okay, so
This is serious. It's not entertainment.
Well, the entertainment is coming right now. I hope Right the Hand is listening. I have an example of calculation of things that are fairyland for you. and measurements, actual measurements. So there's something that's called the declination angle of the sun, which is basically what latitude the sun is perpendicular to. Now I can take you to a wild ride with orbital mechanics and things like that until I calculate for you
abstract
the
math.
declination angle of the sun. Yes, yeah, whatever. Until I tell you what's the exact declination angle of the sun for the specific
Hold on, I gotta stop
date,
you there,
and it will be
Slugger.
accurate.
I gotta stop. You can't measure the angle to the sun. You can only point something at the sun and measure that thing's angle to the ground.
I think he missed the first part. I was saying how to measure the declination angle of the sun, and the declination angle is basically which latitude line the sun is perpendicular to.
No, hold on. But you got. Did you hear what I said? You can't know what's perpendicular to the sun because you can't physically touch the sun to get a perpendicular. What you can do is set up something that looks at the sun and then compare to that.
To the ground.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, so if
So
my shadow is on my face, would you call that perpendicular?
Well, bro, are you going to tell me that you can measure a shadow? It's not a physical thing,
So
dude.
what?
You can't
Okay.
measure a shadow.
Yeah, it is. It is. I can measure the
Of course
length
you
of
can.
a shadow. I can measure the angle of a shadow. So you're just
No, you're not measuring. Oh, you're measuring a dark spot on the ground. You're not measuring a shadow. Come on, bro.
Measuring a
You're
spot
talking
on the
nonsense.
ground.
So I'll continue because you have nothing to say more. So we can know which latitude line the sun is perpendicular to by calculations, or you can bring a globe model. You know that old globe model that has a rim around it? That rim has 12 months. So you pick the date of any month and you follow that date to the surface of the Earth or that globe model,
Time is an
and you will
abstraction,
find it
just so you know.
on the same latitude that I brought to you by calculations. So here is calculations and physical model to predict something from reality. Which
What are you
latitude the sun
predicting
is
and what are you
perpendicular
proving?
to.
What are you predicting? What are you proving?
The declination angle of the sun, and go look it up.
Yeah. Okay. What's the point? Is it proving round, flat, curved? What's your
Absolutely a big bulky ball.
A bulky ball.
So-
which one? The ground you stand on, or which one?
Yeah, the Earth.
Okay, cool. And you have precise measurements of that fireball
Yes.
in the sky? Very precise?
Yes, very precise.
And how did you get a ball from the ground you stand on from that measurement?
What do you mean?
How did you get a ball on the ground you stand on? How did you get a ball from that measurement pointing up to a light sky?
Yes. Okay. So, you know the scientific method. If A equals so, then blah blah blah. So if the Earth is a ball and
No.
spinning around the sun, then we expect
No, that's
things.
begging the
And these
question.
things
It's Crow's
is what we see.
scientific method. We'll let him go. He's a good guy.
So I've just said it. If the
You've
Earth
got Modus Tollens backwards.
is a spinning ball that goes around the sun, then we expect to see the sun in certain position in the sky, and that's what we see.
Okay, I
Yep.
could say on
Okay,
a flat
couldn't that
Earth,
be
I
geocentric?
expect to see.
That could be geocentric Earth, right?
Yes, that
Yep.
could be geocentric Earth.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we got you proved geocentrism because the sun moves and the Earth doesn't. Thanks, bro. Good job, man. See how much easier it is to just go geocentric? You don't gotta fuck with this flat Earth shit. You just take everything that they have and then turn it into they don't have the Earth moving. So we prove geocentric,
You're
and then we
lucky
pull it.
because I have another experiment to prove
Oh, you
that
have the Earth
the
moving?
speed of the Earth is 31 kilometers.
Prove.
Okay,
You guys
let's
say
see this.
science doesn't prove
Yes,
anything.
31
So
kilometers per
how do you
second.
have an
30, 31,
experiment that
something like that.
proves something?
Yeah, science
how you
actually
gonna do
does.
this?
No.
Science actually does prove things though, because it.
Yeah, real
Even with them,
science does.
they false
Yes.
even to them though, because they falsify something, so they'll prove that this doesn't happen when you do that. This isn't the cause of the effect. Like they'll prove a negative.
They'll negate it. That's right. The great scale negator.
So
Can
even when they
somebody Google for the just for your own knowledge what color is 464 nanometers?
464.
It must be Phil.
You're putting a length to a color?
Of course.
Yeah, it's the wavelength.
Right? Like, come on.
Oh,
Tell me how the length of a chord changes the color of the chord. This is ridiculous.
Well, it says blue violet, so there you go.
Yeah. It's
Damn
called
it, I was
indigo.
wrong. I said Phil. The color's Phil.
It's called indigo.
No,
Yes.
that's not indigo. That was made up. That's not indigo at all. Indigo's to the
It's
black
called
on a palette.
indigo. Look up the
No,
wavelength of indigo.
It's blue black.
You can't
Indigo is
measure
blue
a
black.
color. You're telling
But
me
it's
you're
blue
measuring a
black.
color. That's ridiculous.
One second,
not argue
and
his
we are
point,
talking.
right?
Wait a minute, wait a minute. When Newton split the light through a prism, you only get 6 colours, Philip. Okay.
What is at 464 nanometers?
6, and it is
What
black
is
and
at
blue. Check it out.
464 nanometers?
Right. What did Ranty say? Blue violet.
That's what it says, yeah.
Right. So it's not indigo,
It's
right?
the intersection. It's the
No, it's
intersection
not.
between blue and violet.
Read it up.
Okay?
Read up on it. Read up on it. And plus, when you split light,
I
split
know
light
what it
through
is.
when you split light through a prism, which is used in spectroscopy, okay,
Yes, then
you
you'll get
don't get indigo.
464
There's only
nanometers
6.
as well.
No,
LEV, I'm wearing I'm wearing a 450 nanometer. I'm shirt right now, actually.
There's only 6 colours. The reason
you'll still
Newton,
get 464
the reason
nanometers.
Newton,
Get
this
that
is
into your head.
documented. The reason that Newton said it was 7 colours is because he was an alchemist and into the occult, and he didn't like the
nothing
number
to do
6.
with occult.
Yes, it is.
Rubbish.
Go read about it, you dick.
Why? If you have
Everything
a
is
look at
about the
the
occult,
electromagnetic
Phil.
spectrum and look up what 464 nanometers is, you'll see that it's called indigo. Okay.
No,
Hey
it's
Phil,
not.
talking about light and colors and splitting of white light. You know, you've seen the picture of Newton with the prism, right, with white light coming in. You've seen that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that
When the
particular
white
image
light
yet.
comes out, we have colors, like Lee's saying. I just want to know, do those does that light, those different frequencies, do they stay parallel or do they diverge?
Well, when you see them coming out of a prism, you notice that they'll diverge because the reason that they're diverging is because because of the medium that they're going through.
Oh,
it's just like light would. It's just like light going
Wow.
through a piece of glass.
Cool.
Would
So is
diverge.
the white light coming through atmosphere, from the sun? Will it diverge and kind of shift and change your view of what you're going to see off in the distance, especially?
Well, it does do all of that, because if you look at the sun, on some days it looks really huge, on some other days it looks, crisp.
And what about objects?
It's all got to do with the atmosphere.
What about objects that you say that light refracts off of mountains, waters, cars, people, whatever it is? Is that? I mean, you're saying that light splits when it comes through a prism, right? Newton showed you the picture. White light comes in, splits into colors, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they're not parallel. It does not come out as a rainbow, right? It does not come out as even a parallel rainbow. And so my question to you is, the white light that I see that Newton was obviously using was sun. Look out distance, and things are getting reflected, brought back to my eye. Say, could there be an issue there for distance?
With the distance?
Sure. Because
if
I
you're
can
talking
only
about
see 2020. I see 2020.
Yeah, well, if you're talking about the distance to the sun, is that what you meant?
No. I'm talking about distance over the land we live on now, because white light's coming in.
Yeah.
And I see all these colors. Colors. Okay. And so I look off into the distance. I could use a lens or just my eye. Some people use lenses. Shout out to Ranty. And show that it's not parallel, right? Okay, so light's not parallel. White light is not parallel. What I'm getting at. right?
Well, it is if there was no atmosphere, and the Earth wasn't curved.
Okay,
How would you ever prove that?
But now it is. There is an atmosphere, and we do have a prism of some sort. Let's just call it atmosphere.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
To
sure.
create to create all these colors. Right?
Which will bend the light. Yeah.
Okay, cool. It's just I just want to get that confirmation.
That's fine. No, that's right. That's you're quite right. It's just apparent what you see because the light will bend.
Sure. So the curve is apparent.
Well, the curve is real, but what you see in what you're
no,
looking
but
at.
is it apparent?
No, this curve is not apparent.
Yeah.
The Earth is actually a sphere. Okay, get
so the
just
curve
get that
is not
into your
apparent.
head. Get that into your head. Just get the primary
Why?
stuff done first. Okay, the Earth
Why,
is a sphere,
Phil?
and then work from there.
No, how about you prove it's a sphere and then we'll talk about it.
Paige, there's so much proof that it's a sphere. It's
Name one.
No, Phil, your proof is to tell us that science doesn't prove anything, and your other proofs have assumptions and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, without going to apparent space, you said there's tons of proof it's a sphere, Phil. That's what you said.
Yeah.
If there really was tons of obvious proof, then this
one.
conversation
Just
wouldn't
give one.
even have started.
Yes, it
just
does
give one.
because it doesn't seem to matter what kind of evidence you get. You just dismiss it all.
Phil,
No, we don't. We dismiss anything with assumptions or anything that is,
unverifiable, right?
Yeah.
You can't confirm it.
We just want real, tangible proof. That's all. We've been asking for years. Just give us something easy.
Let
me answer. Paige. Professor Phil can't send you to space. That's it.
Yeah. Don't use space and don't use math.
No.
Where the proofs are.
I'm being a bit sarcastic. No, I'm not trying to insult, but I'm being a bit sarcastic. Get my message. Professor Bill can't send her to space. This is the only thing that will convince you.
I never.
This is
what?
what
That wouldn't be the only thing. Give me a proof that has no assumptions in it, and I'll believe you. Even just one.
I mean, come on. Yeah,
Paige, go and have a look at a wind turbine that looks like it's half of it's in the water.
You just told
that's
me
gone
that
over the.
What on earth does a wind turbine have to do with anything?
Light bends. Yeah, light bends. The ground doesn't. The surface doesn't.
Have a look at the sun going over the horizon.
But light
Why is it when you go up, you see more of it?
The sun is moving further away, and the atmosphere is causing the light to bend down and appear.
Paige, because if you go up, you'll see more of it.
So
that would happen on a flat plane too, Phil.
No, it won't, Paige. You can it'll be perfectly dark, nighttime, and then if you go up high enough, you'll see the sun again.
Hey, Paige, I just asked Phil about the white light coming into the prism of Newton, all their favorites, right? And those rainbow colors are not parallel, right? So then I brought it back down to Earth, and he confirmed, yes, they're not parallel. When light diffracts, white light diffracts, it's not parallel. Now he's saying to us, Paige, that when we look over water to a wind tower, right? The light rays are parallel, and you're seeing curve instead of diffracted.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Don't bend my words.
That's exactly what you just said.
No, I'm not. Now listen to this. If you watch the sun go down and it gets perfectly dark, and then you go up high, you'll see the sun again. Please explain to me how that's not a sphere.
Do you not think that there's a certain point where things get so far away you no longer can make them out?
Why
do you think you just need to raise up in height and all of a sudden you've got Superman vision?
No, Paige, the sun will be, Paige, the sun is large. When the sun goes, you can see the sun go down below the surface. It gets perfectly dark.
No, you don't.
And now listen, Paige, and then when you go up, you can see the sun again. And then you can you can stay there and wait for the sun to go and go up further again. You'll see the sun again, and it will be the same size.
Phil,
it won't change.
Phil, there are
Phil, I can hear in your voice that you're getting terribly
what you just said.
emotional about this. I don't think this is a good conversation for you.
Yeah, because he's
you don't
going
seem
dark
to be able to cope.
He's moving into darkness, Paige.
Yeah, he's not coping very well. I can hear in his voice
fine,
that
thank you.
he's actually stressed, like quite badly at the moment.
I'm not stressed. You can't stress
Well, you
me. What are you
sound
talking
it.
about? You
Like
don't know what
if
stress
you were my
is.
father and I heard my father with that tone of voice in his, tone in his voice and saying, I'd be worried that he was, stressing himself.
No, I'm not stressed.
Okay.
Okay, so Paige, let's just go over this again. You can wait till it's dark.
Yeah.
And then you can go higher up and you'll see the sun again, and it will not have changed its angular size. Explain that on a flat Earth.
Whatever
It's a sphere.
sun...
That's why it works.
Okay. Do you want me to answer, or are you just going to keep talking?
No, go ahead.
No matter what the sun does, it's not proving the shape of the ground. We don't know what the sun is doing completely. So, you can see video footage of planes where they follow the sun, and the sun's just, going off in the distance. You can see one side of the plane's all dark, the other side's all light. The sun seems to be like a flashlight that is focused on the area that it's lit up, and it's like, you can't, it's not this huge big thing that lights up the whole, half of the earth at once. Like, it's more like a little spotlight that lights up the little area around it. And no matter how high you go up, at some stage when the sun's far enough away, you're not going to be able to resolve it no matter how high up you go. Like, it's not going to bring it, you're not going to get Superman vision just because you're up high. You might work a little bit.
That's not what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that why is it that you can see the sun in all its angular glory, and then if you go up again after the sun, after it's perfectly dark, like it's nighttime, if you go up high enough, you'll see it again. You'll see
Why
the sun
wouldn't that be
again.
the same on a flat plane?
Why would it? How could it be? How could it be? The sun's supposed to go away from you on a flat plane.
Because you can do the same thing with a coin on a table.
It's supposed to get smaller and smaller in the distance.
The majority of what you see of the sun is
so
glare.
What model are you? Yeah, like you're
seeing glare. You're not seeing the actual
you're
sun.
Assuming.
Okay, now here's another one for you. Now,
okay.
If the sun is going away from you, going further and further in, and you have a look at the horizon, you can see some stars at the horizon. Where are those stars? Are they on like the other side of the dome? Where are those stars?
Well,
the ones that you're looking at the horizon, in the same direction that the sun went. If you can see the stars in the same direction that the sun went, why can't you see the sun?
Phil, we have a different model than you, right? We don't just put a flat thing in space. Like, that's what I feel like you can't wrap around your head. Like, we don't have the same idea of what the stars are.
You don't have any. You don't have any.
We do. We have a different.
I just want you to explain. If you can see the stars that's in the same direction that the sun supposedly went away, the stars in the same direction that the sun went away. Why can you see the sun? The stars.
Okay, I'll give you an example, Phil. Ranty said something yesterday. Phil, Ranty said something yesterday that might explain this. He said when you're down in the bottom floor of your house and you look across the street, there's trees blocking a window. But you go up to your second floor and look out the window. Now you can see the window of the house. It's all about perspective, about where something is in relation to you. If the stars are higher up, let's say for argument's sake, there's a half bowl dome thing and the stars are like stuck to the underside of it, but the sun is a little bit further down and circling around in a circle, well then they're going to be at different, depending on where you are, you're going to see them at different angles and shit. That's just,
Paige,
I don't understand what...
No. Do you understand what I was trying to say? That if you look at the horizon, you'll see stars.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, like Venus.
That's
You can see
that's
Venus.
the same direction that the sun went in your
Yes,
model.
but if they're in different, if
But
they're at
where's the
different
sun? Why
heights,
is it you can see the stars on the other side of the dome, but you can't see the sun?
they might not be on the other side of the dome, Phil.
So what? It's in the middle, is it?
Well, we don't know.
The stars are a reflection. The stars are a reflection of the sun.
Are the
all a
stars
reflection.
just above sea level?
It's a reflection, George, Phil. So all you're seeing in the sky, the sun, the moon, it's all a reflection of a single light source. So as that light source moves, he has to explain. That's what an explanation is. He asks for an explanation, he's getting an explanation. So don't start arguing that he's getting what he asked for. So as that light source moves, the sun moves, and all the stars in the moon move too. That's why everything is connected and moves in uniform and in unison, because it's not 6 billion individual things. And this is what you just can't wrap your head around because you're stuck in a religion.
Okay. I'm pretty sure you understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you understand what I'm getting at too. Then. Okay, we can both explain it. And my explanation's better than yours.
You didn't
I don't.
explain it. You just put a
I
bunch
just
of word
did.
salad
He did
together.
explain it, Phil. You just don't like his
no,
explanation.
you didn't. You just made a bunch of word salad. Okay.
I just
like
well,
you guys do to us.
Because you
my
can't
question
understand
is
it.
very, very clear. My question is extremely simple and clear. Where is the sun?
Okay, I'll
see
explain it better. How about this, Phil? How about this? The Earth is a ball and we're spinning around Earth. Is my explanation better? Yeah, that's what you just want to hear. What you want to hear. You just want to hear that Earth is a ball and it's spinning around the sun. That's what. Then you'll be like, there you go. Now he's explained it properly. You're a fucking joke, dude. I'm a fucking professor. This guy's a closed-minded fucking curmudgeon.
Easy, right there.
All right. So
tell me what I want to hear. That's what he's saying. He's just telling. Tell me what I want to hear.
That's right.
Yeah, your explanation isn't what I like.
When you leave this and you have a little bit to think about what I said.
Ask Phil Bell, ask him when he speaks, even Rumpus, I ask him, what can I open so I can, follow along, right? Right the hand. That's all he's doing is regurgitating. That's it.
I think these guys forget that we went to the same school they did. Like, everyone gets the same curriculum in every school. Like, I don't know why they say we don't understand. It's not that we don't understand. It's that we don't accept their explanation. It's got nothing to do with understanding it. I mean, we can understand that it's nonsense.
Well, Paige, if you understand it, please tell me, if you can see the stars at the horizon, where's the sun?
I did, Phil.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't. You didn't
Did
tell
you
me.
not listen to my explanation about
going in the same direction. The sun's going in the same direction as the stars. Why can we see?
And is the sun the same height and the same distance and everything as what those stars are? No.
Well, so in reality, of course, in reality, the stars are a long, long way, much further away than the sun is.
No, in your belief, that's what they are.
Phil, sorry, Paige, again.
Are the stars a lot bigger than the sun? Yeah.
Mr. Phil, have you seen Vsauce, his representation, or it might be even more widely popular, of how the Earth rotates around the sun that's traveling in space? Have you seen that representation?
No, I haven't.
Ranty.
I hope it's not flat Earth.
No.
Isn't Vsauce a glober?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And the sun is traveling through the space, right? Because space is expanding, and instead of our contemporary model, a horizontal orbit of all the planes, it's actually a, what would you call it? Vertical. They rotate around, and it creates this spiral orbital path.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now,
okay. Interesting. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do you subscribe to that model? It's a separate model. Current solar system, right?
Well, I would have look. This is what I know about it. I know, for instance, let's just look at the local things. The moon orbits the Earth, and there's sufficient gravitational attraction. And there's sufficient gravitational attraction for the moon to stay with the Earth, and then both the Earth and the moon then orbit the sun.
Can someone bring up that Vsauce picture? It's actually I'm on my terrible at Discord, YouTube, presenting stuff. But Phil, instead of your contemporary, like I said, your basically flat model of the solar system, right? Where Earth is going around the sun, but it's all kind of flat, right? You see Pluto way out there in their big orbit. Well, turn it on end. Turn it up 90 degrees and put the sun in motion, right? So the planets, if there were trails, they'd be leaving like this spiral motion.
Yeah.
With the sun at the center.
Yeah. Okay.
Now my question would be, it due to the atoms in the space, the things that the ISS has to take into account for proper trajectory as it's moving through space. So that's another vector. And gee whiz, just there's like 5 more vectors, like SE says, that would have to be accounted for. Do you guys account for that when you launch a satellite?
No, we're only concerned about the gravitational attraction of the Earth.
Okay, so no model.
The momentum, the other momentum in other directions are already there. Just by the fact that we're on the Earth when we leave it. When we leave the Earth, we already have the momentum of the Earth. Whatever the Earth is doing.
Let's just get baseline. Is that a model you subscribe to with the sun moving and you turn the system on?
I don't know without. I don't know without analyzing the model that you're looking at. So
yeah, it's just a theory. Yeah, it's just a theory.
Yeah,
and
fair enough.
So would you say that maybe the flat plane one? When I say plane, horizontal, that shit, right? That model that we're taught as kids, second page of my science book.
The stuff that you taught as kids is right. Yeah, pretty much.
It's pretty much right because it makes sense. You can do math with it, right? Is that why it makes sense?
Because if you look at it from all sorts of other evidence, put them all together, it does make sense. Yeah.
What if we turn that solar system on end and then add motion? The sun's moving, and the planets are following it. What does that do to your math?
I think you might be confused. There's a lot that you've got to take scale into account. In other words, how things are moving in relation to each other.
Scale. We're talking
how fast they are moving in relation to each other. So let's just take 2 things. The moon takes 27 and some change days to get around the Earth.
Okay, that's small scale.
And all right, so that's very small. But the sun takes 365 and a quarter days to get the Earth takes 365 and a quarter days to get right around the sun. So you can see there's quite a big difference. 27 days versus 365.
Is the sun moving through this space that we're talking about, though?
Yes, and all the things in the solar system have the same momentum that the sun already has. So they're all going together, if you like. Okay, it's like if you were in a truck and you jumped up and down in the back of a truck, you still have the momentum. You're not going to fall on the road. You're still going to fall inside the truck, aren't you?
No, but if I turn the truck 90 degrees to the current truck model where we run, horizontal down the road, but then I turned it straight up, I'm going to be slammed against the.
What if you were doing the truck in a circle? What if you were
exactly?
Okay, I would like to give an example, but just two objects example. Okay.
Yeah.
Large scale, Crow. We got to go large scale. Phil said large scale.
Yeah, go on. I want to hear about the 2 objects.
I just want to give an example. Now, imagine if you are in an airplane that's turning.
Yes.
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, I gotta go for a minute.
You forgot your point.
An aeroplane turning, if you're inside that aeroplane, you're inside an enclosed system.
Yeah.
So it's not really
Inertial forces, they exist. I get it. Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Actually, inertial forces don't exist, but they are felt. They are felt.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm thinking of wrapping up, or do you want to stay in the chat and I'll record it for a part show tomorrow afternoon? It's up to you.
Okay, now I've got to go too, so it's been enjoyable. It's been entertaining and frustrating and all of those things all rolled into one, which makes the whole thing entertaining, Ranty. So thank you for having it.
No worries, no worries.
Thanks for being here, Phil. Like, no matter
That's
what you think, it's good that you come and talk to us. Like, I really do appreciate you guys giving up your time to come and talk to us.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Yeah, like
See you
I
later.
I wouldn't treat you guys any differently in real life just because.
No, you wouldn't.
That's right. That's right.
You never know; we might cross our paths one day.
Exactly, we live in the same country, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
I hope we do.
You have a good day, mate. All right.
Hey, I have
All
a
right,
great
you too.
idea. Final
Yeah.
thoughts. I have a great idea. Let's open up a pub or some sort of meeting place.
Yeah, I could just imagine that.
Let's just say
See who shows up.
2023, we all agreed to meet in New York.
That's right.
Yeah,
And we can do
in
them worldwide.
2023.
These little pubs, gatherings. That'd be so sweet.
Yeah, it'd probably start off all right. Everyone would be okay till you have a couple of beers, and then when
tearing each other's hair out.
Rumpus is word boxing his way out, right?
Shut up! Shut up!
All right.
You twat! Let me finish.
Hold on.
Hold on.
Utter nonsense.
Utter.
God, what a great adventure, man.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
It is. It is.
I'm sorry.
Okie dokie. Right. So, final thoughts. Ali B, you still there to do your final thoughts? Crow, you?
Nothing much. I think I'm ready. I uploaded the video for the scientific method and proving the 9.8. Not proving gravity, just the 9.8.
Do you want to present that tomorrow on tomorrow's show?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, wonderful. We'll do that then. Okay. Phase one. Final thoughts.
Yeah. Cheers to Crow. Very level-headed, specific, literal. I learned. Cheers to Rumpus for showing up earlier. So, Mr. Bill. It makes the show, and it makes this experience that Ranty provides here something to engage with, think, and also if you're arguing. Shout out to Dan and Paige. Ranty, I thought it was a great show. Brandon Toy did. Thanks, Ranty.
No worries, no worries at all. Brandon Toy's just given a super chat as well, so thank you very much for the $9.99 super chat. He says, "You, the man, Ranty. Thanks for letting me host." Not a problem, Brandon. Not a problem. Hopefully, you may have got a few subscribers, and people would have got to see how you actually do with your hosting and stuff. So it was a pleasure both ways, right? Okay, so Jeremy, you still there?
Yeah, I just want to say that we need to make a physical measurement of bendy water or not. That's all.
The old water hill. Yeah. Okay, Paige.
Yes. Today was a great conversation. Having Brandon, just talk about something different was awesome. I like these days where we can offer, our funny little ideas that we might have come up with, You know, there's nothing wrong with a bit of imagination every now and again. What's wrong is using imagination all the time to say what you're showing is fact. You know, you can spitball about things, but when you're spitballing, you should just say you're spitballing. You shouldn't call it fact. And I think they've added so much stuff to science. So, you know, they've added technology as science and math as science and all this kind of stuff. And it's not. Science is strict for a reason, because it gives absolute proof. All these other things need to be, they have other names because they're not science, they're technology or they're math. So yeah, it'd be nice if we could have just one proof that was like what Jeremy said, a physical measurement, you know, something real, no assumptions, no nothing.
Well, that would be the ultimate goal, I think. Something physical, a physical test for curvature.
I totally understand what George says about indirect measurements and stuff. Yes, I understand that to them that is acceptable, and that's fine if you find that acceptable, not a problem. But I personally would like something a little bit more solid. That's all.
Okay, Professor Phil, are you still around for your final thoughts?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So I just want to leave for my final thought. I just want to leave you with this thing. There's two stations on Antarctica. One called Davis and one called McMurdo. They are exactly on opposite sides of the continent. So on the flat Earth map, they would be on opposite sides of the world. Well, it just so happens that they both have the same time zone. In other words, if it's noon in McMurdo, it's noon in Davis as well. So I'd just like you to think about how that might work on the flat Earth when they're completely opposite sides of the world, those two stations.
Okay, Rob Keane. Brandon, your final thoughts. Oh, well, wait. Brandon's sorry, Rob's there. How's it doing, Rob?
Yeah, I'm here, but I'm not here.
Yeah.
I got a car full of people.
Okay, no worries. Brandon Toy, final thoughts there, please.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for all the nice comments, guys. It was fun to host the show, so that was a good opportunity. I think I prefer sitting back and letting Randy do the work, to be honest, but a good time. Oh, and I just wanted to echo Jeremy and Paige's sentiments about a physical measurement. And I think I'm going to take some concrete steps to move us forward to that. Maybe set up like a weekly meeting at least to get a project started.
Sounds like a really good plan, actually. Right. Okay. Right. Thanks, guys. Right. I'm going to leave the call and I'll just round up my show. So see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Take care.
Okay.
Okay, right, so, yeah, that was a pretty interesting show. We had Brandon doing the first half, and I rounded up for the last couple of hours. Brandon did a stellar job with his 3 hours of hosting. I hope you all enjoyed that. It was a different feel to the show, so if you naturally feel that you prefer that kind of stuff, then maybe if he does some shows down the line, you'll be more inclined to go and watch his stuff. Hopefully we can build a bigger and better community with a more diverse set of places where everyone can go and find their own niche kind of thing to go and listen to. So that's the plan. So I've got to go to bed because I've got my pre-op tomorrow at 12 midday. So I've got to get up early, get everything sorted for that. With any luck, I should be home mid to late afternoon, and then I'll be doing a show tomorrow evening, so I'll be back again. So thank you very much. We do have Crow with a presentation tomorrow, so that should be interesting. That'll be a globe perspective on a particular subject, so we'll get to see what that is. And then obviously I'm sure afterwards we'll get to critique it, so don't be shy and make sure that you're here. Right, okay guys, that'll do for this evening. I'll see you all in the next one. Take care.